Nice.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Wednesday, Hump Day. Well, since we're trying to do practical the use of the Trivium to give people an idea how to use this logical processing. I think because this group of people have been slightly freaked out about us talking about truthful things, I think I'd go over some of the things that I've found in the time that we've been around here. So this is practical Trivium today. Kevin's not even here yet, so all my books have come. In fact, I've ordered some more books as well. So this logic Trivium thing is what I'm going to be into. So if you like that sort of stuff, stick around because this is going to get interesting now. So, give you a little bit of a backstory to go along with this. I am in this arena because somebody on Twitter, it was, decided to tell me that I was, a nasty person. for saying that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, and that a level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. In fact, I'll go and get one of my earliest videos just so you can see. May, and then in August I made these videos. So let's see, I'll show you screen. This one for now. Okay, you guys can see that, can't you?
Yes, I can.
Right, so this is my YouTube channel. Let me get it onto this one. So this this is my YouTube channel, and these are the earliest videos that I did. It took a bit for us to do these videos. Emma coaxed us into making a YouTube channel. She started it off and then said, nah, you do it. So, I mean, that's why I'm here again. All just circumstances. So, this video here is like the third video I ever made. Are we gonna give a fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna give a fighting? Only got 3 thumbs up. Well, are we gonna give a fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna give a fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, did you hear what I said? The tweet started off live because of Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth made this tweet come about. I'm going to be making a fair few videos about this. There'll be quite a few more to come. But the origins of this tweet came because Fight the Flat Earth came onto our little tweet group and decided he was going to sort of inject himself in. I will be debating you tonight. Are you going to ignore me? You are a bully and a coward. If you speak to your kids about this, then you're also a child abuser. Well, bully and a coward? Both of them? And if I speak to my kids... Listening to that now, it's a bit interesting, that, isn't it? A bully and a coward. What sort of a confused mind is that? This is all the way back at the beginning. This is why I'm here. Because of these strange people saying strange fucking things on Twitter. He lost this account, actually. Because of all of the abuse and stuff he was giving to people. Fight the Flat Earth is now on an other account. This is the one he lost. He got kicked off Twitter, banned from Twitter because of this sort of stuff. About this? The debate? Bit hard to tell, isn't it? It sounds like a bit of a threat, though, to me, this tweet, so I decided to inquire a bit further. Calls me another child abuser again. Making some pretty strong accusations. Not making accusations. I've admitted. What have I admitted to? Oh, shout out to the FE initiative. It's the FE initiative. Nice attempt at a hashtag, though. This is what I was teaching my son. Take us back to the tweet. It says, I'm teaching my son level is a straight line on the horizontal. Is that abusing him? I say. So this is what Fight the Flat Earth's all talking about. All of the time, all of the people calling me all sorts of names all comes from this, where Fight the Flat Earth deems, if you say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, they call that this stuff. They do. This tweet. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's changed a little bit. This is the tweet. So, and if you look at this tweet here, I'll blow this up a little bit more. Boom. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Hashtag flat earth defense, because I'm talking to Fight the Flat Earth. And it didn't seem like anybody was bothered pointing out that he was being the aggressor to these people. And I was just stating facts from reality. And along with that, there's a few definitions I put in the thing. A definition of level, a definition of straight, definition of horizontal, and the definition of plane in geometry. So level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I mean, I could have put line. I could have put the definition of line in there as well. Because I've carefully thought about this saying, or whenever I did it. It's double down and then double down, double down. Level, straight, everybody knows, straight line. Straight, that's straight. A line in geometry, well, that's straight. And horizontal, yeah, that's also straight. And plane, yeah, that's two-dimensional. Also, all of the straight lines lie within the plane. Crazy. Straight, 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 straight. In one sentence. I know that's ultra triggering. And that's why they're like this right now. Because this, and I knew right at the beginning, this is what it's all about. Straight lines. This tweet came around because this fella, this dude, decided to call me a child abuser for teaching my son. What was I teaching my son? This. I gave my son 3 balls. Asked him to level them. Ridiculous task. How would you do? Could you do better than this? All of the they were level. All of the levels. You did very well. My child abusing, that was, according to this man. So, back to the tweet. That was the origins of this tweet. Flat Earth Discord 24/7. Get on, look out. Okay, back to Discord. So that was ages ago when I did that. Trying to help some people out. Not many people have gone back and seen these videos because that's really old stuff. But it's coming back around again. This group of people that we've got that are coming after us to make up lies about it. Well, we've been recording conversations and we've ended up now in a position where well, I don't know what we're meant to be doing. We're saying the stuff we're saying is so simple, And even people are agreeing with us, but then they're disagreeing for some reason. There's a strange thing going on. So the idea of tonight is helping us use this logical understanding of what's going on to try and interpret why these things may have happened in this sort of time frames and whatnot, and why certain people are around in this arena. Because again today we've had as SE calls them, the peanut gallery are out on Twitter, and it has been, I have got an update for the Reg Rhetoric and Non Sequitur. They've told me that they are going to do the show on Friday, discussing my arguments with or without me. I don't know whether they can present any of my arguments without me being there, or whether they would actually know them, or whether that's the idea, for them to make up their own idea and their own interpretation of what our arguments are.
Yes, so they are free to misrepresent you.
Yeah. So I would, in my estimation, that would be my guess, that they would prefer if I don't go there to present my arguments. But I'm quite looking forward to doing that. So I will be there on Friday to present my arguments. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they allow me to do that.
But still, this idea is per se dishonest, completely dishonest. They have you at hand to come, and they decided to do it without you. So this is just, for me, this is beyond, it is not even hilarious. It's just, for me, idiotic completely. I don't understand.
Well, that, see, is something that we've been saying for quite a while. We just literally, I cannot understand what they're doing. They don't seem to have an idea. There's no progression. There's nowhere for them to go. It is literally like they're lost in aporia. They don't know what they're meant to be doing. And you'll say that quite a lot. And, you know, what are they doing?
Debating without debater. Science without proof. So, debating without debater.
The scientific interpretation of level. Thomas, come on. The science doesn't have contradictory definitions. It just doesn't happen. That's in your imagination. Got a guy in the chat convinced himself that science has a contradictory definition of something.
No, he is saying interpretation. What it means. Definition, not interpretation. Definition is stating what the thing is, not what we think about a thing.
Yeah, that's because they've not dropped the model, right?
Yes, it means that definition is saying explicitly what the thing is, not through model, because it would be interpretation. Just what it is, without any model. So interpretation is just bad word. This is not the word you should use.
No, yeah. Interpreted is bad. That is wrong.
We are not interpreting words. We are defining them, not interpreting.
Yeah, but I mean, if that is the way that the globe mind works, it interprets words to the model. It doesn't actually go with reality or the definition, how the word is defined because of that, of what it is. No, it's what they interpret it should be to the model. And that's the backwards thinking of the globe mind.
Yes, this is reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it will be pointed out. But I mean, it's good to have people like Thomas around to pointing these sort of things out. That's how the globe mind works, and it's different. As I've been having a go, Farmer's Boy on Twitter, and I think this may be the idea. We've been talking about our young youth qualifications, because I'm presuming that me and Farmer's Boy are about the similar sort of age, and we nearly did the similar sort of course at college. But Farmer's Boy did here we go. Farmer's Boy did BTEC like me, but he did he did engineering, building. Oh, let me find that one. He did there we go. This one. He said, why would you expect building services engineers to study surveying? I did building construction. So it was in the actual, that's why we did a lot of surveying. So in the entire construction of a building, that's what I did when I was at college, quite a fair few years ago. But we did all sorts, so as long as it was to do with the actual construction of the building. So when he's talking about there, he says, why would you expect a building services engineer to study surveying? You've never actually worked in construction or on a site, have you? Because you clearly have no idea about any of this. Yeah, the actual physical doing the work, the actual construction, as done by setting out with the surveying to work out your levels of all of the lands to make sure that you're above the floodplains and all of that sort of stuff, and also then the actual construction of the bricking, the laying out of the buildings, and the construction of the joists and the roofs. And yeah, that's the sort of stuff I did. Apparently not what Farmer's Boy or Daddy's Little Soldier Boy has done. He did building services engineers. What's that? Is that like checking toilets and stuff? I don't know. So apparently there's a difference, but in this, what Daddy's Little Soldier Boy is upset about is the fact that I have a certificate on my wall now, like Dr. Becky has as a PhD. I have my land surveying certificate on the wall because I actually did surveying when I was at school, at college. When it didn't matter to me, I'd completely forgotten about it when I came into this arena. And it still doesn't make any difference to what we do. What we do is so basic. None of that stuff actually matters. It's just, it's funny to think that I'm the one with an actual certificate for land surveying. And they haven't. got any of that, and they admit to, everyone that we've talked to actually admit to never doing this stuff. Now, there are some people that say they have, but they've left the arena. And today, I thought it would be a good idea for us to just go over a body of work of a man who I think is a complete character, made up just for this arena.
Ooh, Sean Hawkins?
No, a globe surveyor. Particular one. He lives somewhere. He lives in a particular place. The first mention we heard of him was on
The guy from Maine?
on the Soundly video, where Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski were talking about Rakia's Bridge. That video, and Jesse in the middle of that video says, I'm going to go and see a guy from my Facebook group. So this is Jesse's Facebook group. A Facebook group of fake surveyors and model obsessed people. And he said he's going to go and see a guy called Just a Maniac to help him out right now. This guy, let me get these screens swapped over. I think it's that one. Right. Have you got that on?
Yes, the main surveyor.
Okie dokie. Okay, you can see that now on the YouTubes. Right, so we'll go back to this guy, his earliest videos. Now, I don't know whether this was the name of his channel back then. But his first videos are strange use of the word. It says sunrise from behind the curve. Oh, you can't see that on. Can't get you that. And halfway lighthouse. I mean, he's talking about observing a lighthouse over water quite a long way away. Observe the curve at Halfway Rock. Halfway Rock will be a familiar thing for this guy. And simple curvature demonstration. And then calculating Earth's radius from horizon drop, geodesy. They're all like a very strange way to start a channel off. Look, world's largest globe model. Latitudes and Polaris. Shout out Sean Hawkins. I think somebody else was trying to take it there. See, but there's not many views on this. Not at all. And then angular resolution versus curvature. Again, strange videos. Measuring the curve from lighthouse measurements. Again, over the water, looking at horizontal horizons with a horizontal crosshair and trying to imagine some sort of a curve. It just seems very strange. For this is the way a surveyor, supposedly, perspective in surveying. What's he talking about? And then look at this one. He goes from these ones. Oh, measuring the curve, 900. Perspective, 171. Are plumb lines parallel? 1.8 thousand views. This is the man. This is the man. This is a surveyor that's asking, are plumb lines parallel?
I think refraction was present.
Let's see, do you want to see whether he sounds
Hello,
familiar?
Jeff, the main surveyor, coming at you here. Today we're going to talk about plumb lines and whether or not they're parallel. And we're going to look at this
Jeff.
question through the measurement of reciprocal zenith angles. All right, so a quick overview. Plumb lines are not parallel. This test was carried out.
That's how you start off. It's a bit of a...
Hang on. Can I just say something?
Yeah?
If the one vertical is perpendicular to his horizontal that he's working with, that the other vertical has to be perpendicular as well, or it's not vertical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not even a surveyor.
Yeah, it's just basic geometry, right? The fact that straight lines have perpendiculars to them. If you can have a horizontal line, then the perpendiculars at each end of it will be parallel. It's awkward for the model afflicted. We just go with reality. So, again, he makes a statement. I mean, listen to it.
To determine if this is demonstrable through typical survey activity.
Right, so he's making it as a... stating it as a sort of like a claim, making that statement, and then saying that the test was to check whether it was demonstrable through typical survey activity.
This is inside this text. This abstract is, of course, circular reasoning.
Yeah.
First sentence is plumb lines are not parallel. Through repetitions and detailed analysis, it is clear that plumb lines are not parallel. So circular reasoning. And in the middle, he is talking about this reciprocal zenith angles were measured between 2 points. I don't know how. And the sum of the angles will be greater. So should be were greater, measured greater. Why will be greater? So this is assumption only. It does not go with the second sentence that he measured something. And so I don't know why he is using future tense and the third sentence, because it should be the sum of the angles were greater, because if he measured something in second sentence, it would be already established, but it is not according to his writing. So this is just for me nonsense, like logically.
Yeah. Because he says the sum of the angles will be greater than 180 degrees if the plumb lines are not parallel. Well, yeah, because the triangles occur on the side which is less than 180 degrees. The sum of two right angles. It's a geometric axiom. So that's what he's doing. He's checking whether perpendiculars to the same line will actually be parallel, according to, I don't know, like whatever this guy's trying to do. It's very strange behaviour, but this is what has come about because of them requiring somebody to lie. They needed this character. He's not a real surveyor. Obviously not. Because he's going against geometry. Literally. Bullshitting everyone. Don't know how long it's got away for him for. Noticed he has disappeared. I mean, Jeff, if you want to come back and have a chat, anytime. Let's come and have a conversation about this, how we work this geometrically. Anyway, so go on.
Angles were measured between 2 points more than 1,250 feet apart. The sum of the angles will be...
You notice that more than 1,250 feet apart is actually the distance that we were trying to show. We were showing 1,500 feet or 500 meters. That's
so
what we went to show.
Measure.
Yeah.
Impossible to measure. And it is greater. How much greater? Maybe 5,000 feet apart.
Yeah.
Whatever. Who knows?
Greater than 180 degrees if the plumb lines are not parallel. Through repetitions and detailed analysis, it is clear that plumb lines aren't parallel.
It's confirmed himself.
Let's go through a little background. What on earth is a plumb line? Glad that you asked that question. Well, it's a direction of the vertical as defined by gravity. So it's basically up and down, a line straight up.
Just up and down.
What is level? Level is the direction of horizontal, perpendicular to the plumb line. And what is a zenith angle?
What's that? What was that again, Jeff? What did you just say?
It doesn't follow from first sentence. It doesn't follow.
Well, yeah, it does. It just, like he did, he said vertical is up and down, just straight up and down. Just because you put that G word there, you have to epoche, right? Just get rid of the model. So what is that G word? Well, literally, it's plumb bob. It's straight up and down. It's vertical. Lose the G word. It's just vertical. Everybody would agree with you that you get a plumb bob, and a plumb bob is a weight on a piece of string, and that piece of string shows you what is vertical. Same thing. Same thing. And, this is what people have to say. It just shows the state of the confused mind that's within it.
A zenith angle is an angular measurement in the vertical axis. Straight up is 0 degrees and horizontal is 90 degrees. And what does this look like? So we have
there you go.
an Occupy station here with a quick little graphic that represents total station, transit, theodolite. It's used for all those kinds of measuring devices.
Auto level.
Level even. And we see the plumb line is that vertical line. We see a 90-degree dimension to the horizontal line, which is the zenith angle, and the zenith angle equals 90 degrees there.
So there you go. Perpendicular to plumb is horizontal. Level.
Good.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
And we're going to come back to different variations of this graphic soon. Let's just take a look there. Pause if you need to.
Pause.
So what are reciprocal zenith angles? These are the zenith angle measurements taken at both ends of a line, such as A to B and then B back to A. Surveyors measure reciprocal zenith angles in the process of traversing. Suppose you said you had...
No, they don't. Did you hear the... put it back again. 217.
A to B and then B back to A. Surveyors measure reciprocal zenith angles in the process of traversing. Suppose you said you had 20...
A little at the beginning.
Can I just say something real quick?
Go on.
Is zenith and angle, those two words together kind of get me, because isn't zenith straight up and down?
Yeah.
Yes, this is it.
So what's a
Yes.
zenith angle?
Well, it's just letting you know it's a vertical angle. Not because the azimuthal is the on the plane, on the horizontal plane. So you'll turn from north to south to east to west. That turn is on the azimuthal or on the horizontal plane. And the other angle is a vertical angle. That's all he's
straight up
doing.
and
He's calling it a zenith angle because it's a term used in astro. That's half of the reason how you know that this guy isn't a real surveyor. He's coming from the point of view of astro, looking at stars and stuff. They talk about zenith angles, not surveyors.
But still, this zenith angle is just elevation angle.
It's
And
an angle on the vertical, because what they're talking about is from down, right? They start at the top and work down, as in the in the astro, because they'll always point it to like Polaris or something, and then everything will be from there or from the zenith of your position and the angle from that zenith, whereas most surveyors use from target to target or from the horizontal. So they'd use what they call an elevation angle or a vertical angle and an azimuthal or on the horizontal. It's only normally astro guys that use zenith. Although it has made its way in to this particular conversation within these particular groups, because people like this have injected a non-argument into something which will become more apparent. Right? So it's not a normal surveying term, the zenith angle, for starters. You can check for yourself. Ask a surveyor next time. What's the zenith angle, mate? And then keep an eye on his face. See what he says.
Acres.
Okay.
And you wanted me to survey your boundary. Well, I'm going to make my traverse consist of a loop around your property. I might have 15, 20 points to get around your property in a traverse loop. And say I start at point 1. I'm going to shoot a zenith angle to point 2. Then I'm going to go over to point 2, and I'm going to shoot a zenith angle back to point 1. Those are reciprocal zenith angles.
You don't do that.
And then the plumb line at a given location is determined by the direction of gravity at that location. What does that mean? Well, let's look at some examples.
Oh, God. This is good.
With graphics.
Oh, graphics.
So, if the Earth were flat, which would make things so much easier as a surveyor, the sum of our plumb lines, when we add them together, would be 180 degrees. On the left, we have Occupy Station A with our transit symbol there, total stations.
It's so bad, and this guy is such a character. Right? Just see how obsessed this guy is about a particular model.
Symbol. On the right, we have Occupy Station B. They're conveniently at the same height. The horizontal line is going through both of them, and that horizontal line is 90 degrees to the plumb line of each of those Occupy stations. And I threw in other 90-degree dimensions just so we can see. Oh yeah, it's 90 degrees everywhere. Those two plumb lines are
all
absolutely
right
parallel.
angles are equal.
Then in the next graphic, we see.
But verticals aren't parallel? He just contradicted himself with that.
No, he's doing the magic trick. He's showing you what happens, and this, I mean, like this bit here is perfect Euclidean geometry. This is perpendicular, and all perpendiculars to this line will be parallel. 90 degrees. All right angles are equal, as it states within geometry. The way we draw everything, this is like an elevation profile. This would be classed as all of the vertical heights, and this would be all points on this horizontal would be have an equal elevation. Like, as all elevation profiles are in reality. This is how everybody understands it. Geometry and within the construction of how you draw these things and how they're constructed in reality.
Parallel. There's no way they can't be. Then in the next graphic, we see it's still a flat Earth on this graphic, but we have the 2 points at different elevations.
It's not flat though, obviously it's got a hill there.
Those plumb lines in that graphic are parallel. We see that the sum of angle A on the left and when added to angle B on the right is 180 degrees.
So he's already confused to me. This is why I don't think this is he's not a real surveyor. He said if we were on a flat earth, but he draws a picture of a hill on it. I mean, I think what he means is level being horizontal, like he's drawn every time.
Yes, but he's misnaming.
Yeah.
Why? Don't know.
He's just a confused person in my mind now, right? See where he gets
I'm not going to
to.
insult your intelligence by adding it out loud. If you don't believe me, you can pause and you can check my work by adding it yourself. Okay, here's a weird what if. What if the Earth were on the inside, the surface of the Earth were on the inside of a sphere, so the Earth would be concave? Well, that'd be really strange, but our plumb line...
Would that be a plumb line? Like, is that what you'd expect? Playing with your mind.
Line still would not be parallel.
That's what
That'd be
he's doing.
impossible. We see that the horizontal lines at A and B crash into the ground pretty quickly. And we see that the angles from the zenith angles from the plumb lines to that line of sight in the middle are less than 180 degrees when added together.
See, what he's done as well now is he's called it the line of sight from one target to the other.
Bev, real quick too, I wanted to point out, he said that you can check his work by doing the math.
Yeah.
not by being at the location and doing anything, any real measurements, but who cares if his math is right if the observations or the data is wrong from the beginning?
Well, he said you could check at the beginning. He said you could check the geometry, the math, is what he's saying, with all right angles being equal and all of that sort of stuff. He's just relating that to flat Earth for some reason. It's the same sort of thing we said to Betty, and the same thing I've said to a lot of people. Don't get mistaken with these things that we're saying come from a reality point of view. Don't think we're flat earthers. We're not. This is just, we're talking about reality. This guy, obviously, in this picture, complete fantasy. I mean, look at the plumb lines. Are they perpendicular to the horizontal? And is the horizontal of zero slope in this picture?
Well, right. What horizontal is he talking about? He doesn't have any.
Well, the horizontal is related to the plumb line, but the plumb line isn't plumb. So what is he actually saying? He's just completely confusing people about this.
The line of sight is not horizontal. This is strange because he supposedly is looking through theodolite or whatever, or auto level. So how he could see the other auto level if they are set up horizontally? So This
He's
is just
talking about
nonsense.
theodolites. Again, he's thinking about a model first and relating to these things to the model. And this model, he's just got the inside of a ball. I don't know why, but he does. He's not right, obviously.
And then here we have
Look.
reality. We have occupied.
He says this is reality. Now, does anybody know anything about this, right? Because this is one of the first ones that I ever saw. Anybody give us a quick breakdown of this particular thing? Like spot the mistake, or well.
Well, what's the elevation? Is
Right.
is it
I
measured
don't.
elevation?
I would. Hang on. Hang
Good.
on. His line of sight must be a curve.
No,
Yes,
no,
it's got to be.
no. It's a line. Stated within the line. It's straight. Lines are straight. Line of sight. That's one of the things he's got. Go on. Anybody else? Just quickly. Plumb lines are at different angles. Right? In this
Yes, and-
picture.
And horizontals are different.
They're intersecting.
Yes,
Right,
this
and
is what.
Let's
what
go again.
blue-
Another one.
It is same as blue in his poncha train or whatever.
Okay,
So
now
this
what about the difference between the angle of the line of sight and the horizontal from both stations? What does that entail?
Line of sight is not horizontal.
The line of sight is looking down
Mhm.
from both stations.
Yes, yes.
It's more than 90, right? Now, what do we know about these things on their model to do with things dropping and what would happen in occurrence of things dropping? Because he's got 4 degrees there, hasn't he? So how would you possibly do that on their model? How would you possibly get a line of sight that's 4 degrees below a horizontal from both sides?
Only if you have your auto level not level.
Well, on their model, what do you know about a 1 degree drop? How far's that? $69 miles.
Oh, yes, yes.
Right, so how far is this distance? Although he's not marked it within his drawing here. A guy that's claiming to be a surveyor to show an example of what he's talking about shows a line of sight of around 240 miles.
Yes. So
Yeah.
line of sight is just cancelled.
Yeah, line of sight is on his model would have to be around 240 miles. Or maybe even more. I mean, who knows? 4 degrees. Obviously, this guy hasn't even got a clue about how the surveying relates to reality. He's not a surveyor. He hasn't got a clue. He would never put those numbers if this is what they actually did in reality. Breaking geometry. Somebody surely would have mentioned something somewhere about geometry not actually being like geometry is. Just this guy's misunderstanding of how geometry relates to surveying and how that relates to reality and how it relates mathematics, logic, geometry into reality through the art of surveying.
Optics.
Geometry, earth measurement is the literal practical application of geometry. Literally. That's why we've been stuck on geometry and logic. Getting this across to people is going to be quite hard, obviously. To get people to make that link between what the pictures you see here and link it to actual reality. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter what people say, because anybody can say anything, and people can be influenced by many different things. So the only thing that really matters is the individual to get the understanding of what's going on here. Now, as we all know, the only measurement that actually gets taken in reality that relates the lights in the sky to the actual land is a relationship. If you move and travel 69 miles horizontally, the light in the sky either drops or raises, providing you walk away from the Polaris or towards Polaris. That light moves 1 degree for every 69 miles traveled. So if that actually happened, then this example here of Jeff, the guy that may or may not live in Maine, because he's definitely a lying shit, and he's never done this. Nobody's ever made a sighting reciprocal of over 200 miles. Doesn't happen. Never occurred. And to have a line of sight, put those two. I mean, I'm surprised he left this video up, because I pointed it out to him, and he has subsequently he's changed this graphic because it made it into some other graphics that he's done a bit later on. I think they might have changed.
Occupy station A on the left, occupy station B on the right again, over 180 degrees.
Look.
And we see that's a result of the
sum of the angles are above 180.
Equipment list.
So this is what we call the great paralogism. It is the stolen concept. It's a self-refuting claim. This particular thing here. It's a self-refuting claim because, well, simply, the geometry that he wants to end up with is not Euclidean, yet he's using Euclidean geometry to disprove Euclidean geometry with parallels. He's trying to use triangles having 180 degrees and angles, right angles, all being equal, to end up with more than 180 degrees in triangles and there being no such thing as parallel lines. It's a self-refuting claim that this guy has been made as a character to allow people to think this sort of fantastic stuff is possible. It's not. This guy isn't a real surveyor, and nobody can do what he's claiming to be able to do. It just isn't possible. Reality is 3D, and there's only enough for 360 degrees. You can't start adding angles to triangles. It doesn't work. There isn't the space to do it, and you can't use one geometry to disprove it at the end. It's so wrong. It's unbelievable. And he writes it down in his book. You know, he writes all of these numbers down as though he's doing it. And I don't know whether you noticed there. All of this stuff that he's doing, they're just zenith angles. He's got no horizontal angles or anything. He's not got no elevation heights. He's not got anything. It's all just a load of angles. And whether you notice or not, notice anything strange in this? They're all to the second. He can measure to the second every time.
At that distance.
At that distance. That's exactly why we went out to do a test to show everyone what you can see at that distance. Calculations. See, calculations for horizontal distance.
And we got the mean slope distance there at 1252, 1460. And the standard deviation of those two measurements, plus or minus 2 thousandths. And then the standard deviation of the mean there is plus or minus 1 thousandth. So we are within 1 thousandth of whatever the real distance is between those two points. And then we were able to calculate the horizontal distance.
It's calculating the horizontal distance between the two. What about that? This guy thinks that on his model, they actually have a horizontal distance. Isn't that amazing? Between 2 points. A horizontal distance between 2 points. What's he thinking about? Maybe this was a bit before we started developing this argument, obviously. He's a bit, it's a bit green to it. He was just making up this surveying character in the early days. These are the guys that are making the arguments for people to talk about.
And that's important because slope distance, people don't really think in slope distance. People think in terms of horizontal distance. What's the straight line distance here?
See, he thinks in terms of slope distance, but other people think in terms of horizontal distances. So he's going to calculate it.
There. And you simply use Pythagoras. So you have the square root of the slope distance minus the, not square root, yeah, the square root of the slope distance squared minus the vertical distance squared. That equals the horizontal distance. And that's how we get those two values for horizontal distance. The mean horizontal distance, therefore, is 1252.14. Standard deviation being about 3 thousandths. And the standard deviation of the mean is only 2 thousandths. So the 1252.14 is within 2 thousandths of whatever the actual distance is between 402 and 404.
So that's 1252. Remember that?
Yes, but
What about elevation?
Go on.
it doesn't fit this 4 degree
Mm-hmm.
somehow.
Yep. And that would be like just I don't know.
Different. We use the zenith angle. Zenith angles are pretty useful. From 402, we're looking down to 404. So elevation difference just by zenith angle alone is negative 4.08 feet. From 404 to 402, we're looking uphill or up, and the difference there is plus 3.97 feet. What would the radius of the Earth be in this case? Well,
18 inch of curvature.
The chord, or the horizontal distance that we have it.
We measured 18 inch of curvature in 1200. So what's that? 400 meters? About 400, right? Give or take a bit. 400 meters, 18 inches. Is that right? We measured 18 inches. You get that? We got any mathematicians? 1,200 feet is about 400 meters, right?
Maybe I don't know. I don't use. I'm
And,
not
well,
used to.
a yard is 36 inches, and that's about a meter. So there's 3 feet to a meter. So you divide the feet by 3, and you get an ish meter. That sound about right? Quick maths.
Yes. So 400 around.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's said he's measured 18 inch of curvature in that 400 meters. What does he mean by that? This is a surveyor, remember? He's pretending to be a surveyor at least.
Curvature of what?
Yeah. We
I
measured. I
think-
mean, everybody can go back and look at this. And he's doing plumb lines. So
I think he should say drop, maybe, but he didn't use that word.
oh, well, does he? Could he mean minutes or seconds? 18 seconds rather than 18 inches. Gets a bit hard to when he's talking, because that's 18 inches, but it could be 18 seconds as well, couldn't it? And this
Yes,
is
and
definitely feet, because he's got the little thing. That's feet. So that would be inches in that, if you would think so. But I mean, if he was a confused guy and he was pretending to be a surveyor, he could quite easily pretend that, he just could easily confuse people by making this second an angular measurement and this one the length distant measurement. That's why they call them arc seconds. And they do get it confused with feet. Because it does say here, look, 18, what we thought inches, represents the central angle. So it's not, it is an angle. I mean, how confusing must it be to be in this guy's head? Pretending to be a surveyor and just getting all of this mixed up. 18 seconds. 18 seconds represents the central angle formed between 402, the center of the Earth, and 404.
I don't understand. Can someone explain me this sentence, because I don't understand. I cannot imagine what he's talking about.
He's talking about an 18-second angle from one station all the way, like one line, right, from your theodolite, right? Me and you are surveying, right? And we're going to do reciprocal zenith angles, but we're lucky enough to have our own theodolites, right? And we've thought, in order to cut it down, we'll just do them at the same time, right? So I'm going to set mine up and you're going to set yours up, and we're 400 feet apart, 400 meters apart. Not a great distance, but, we can see each other. Not much. But so we're looking through our theodolites at each other, and what he's saying is the angle that he's measured is the angle from your feet to the center of the Earth, and then from the center of the Earth back up to my feet. That angle down there in between them is what he imagines. Like he's injected the center of the Earth into a measurement above it.
Okay, so now I understand, but still, because this is not measurement, how he could get to the center of the Earth to measure
Yeah.
this angle?
obviously model afflicted, right? Severely model afflicted, and definitely not a surveyor. Surveyors don't do that. They just don't. And the way he does it as well is like 18 seconds represents the central angle formed between 402, the center of the Earth, biggie, and 404. What would the radius of the Earth be if this is the case? Ooh, don't know. You think about it. If the Earth's a big circle and 400 meters ish is well, the horizontal distance between those 2 points is about 400 meters. How big's the circle if one of the sides is the horizontal length? In fact, how many horizontal lines can you have on a circle? It's so strange. Oh, he's got some work cited. Look at that. Discussion. Via careful analysis of the measurements to the fucking center, it was found that these measurements plumb lines are not parallel, he says. He says that. This is Jeff. He's gone. Yes. He's gone. He'll be coming back, though, because he'll have to, because he says in his next one, the departure from parallel is measurable. Just Jeff says that.
Via calculating angle to the center of theirs, of course.
Well, yeah, he may have to explain his idea of what measurable is. But yeah, he says the departure of plumb lines from parallel is measurable. Jeff, the guy who may or may not be from Maine, and it's highly doubtful that he is an actual surveyor. So I don't know how much we should be trusting him.
But anyway, you cannot measure verticality of plumb lines via calculating angle to the center of theirs. It cannot be measurement at all in any case. You cannot name it measurement at all. So I don't know. Measurable deviation from vertical has to be really measured somehow, not calculated, and especially with begging the question of Earth being a circle. So this is just not measurement at all.
Well, let's have a go, right? He says, this guy says that plumb lines are not, he makes a claim that they're not parallel, which is fucking ridiculous. He says the departure from parallel is measurable, and follows it up and says the two stations need not be at the same height above the ground. And then the two stations need not be at the same elevation. And he says just the length of 400 meters-ish between points is not sufficient to accurately measure Earth's radius. Yeah, a horizontal across land can't measure the radius of anything. Nothing. Absolutely ridiculous. So this is the first time, like, because everybody's been given these. This is the one that McToon has, and as you can see with these videos, right, there isn't a massive amount of views on it. He's got his plumb line ones, and that's it, because these are the ones that come from the vault of McToonery. It's the only person that ever uses these. And if you take it in that this is the only sighting he gets from McToon, there's not a lot of people fucking interested in this shit. Nobody on the globe side cares about this. It's just something that they wave around. This is a character. A character that is pushed forward by mainly McToon and his little troll army people that push it out there, that this is a surveyor. He's not. This guy isn't a surveyor. He's severely model afflicted. And I'll hopefully show you. Addressing a common problem. Horizon drop side view. Do you want to see this? Well, that's too much. This is what Jesse was on about. He wanted to go and help. He wanted to go. It's one of his things to go and do Alberuni with Just a Maniac. Do the Alberuni thing. Nobody can explain this Alberuni thing. It doesn't make any sense. It's one of the fantastical, non-logical ways that they managed to convince people that they have derived the shape of anything. The radius I measured was large that day.
Was too large.
Too large. Look, again. To
think
the
that
second.
There are some days where Earth is feeling well and has radius smaller, and when it is feeling bad and it's swelling, it has larger radius.
Right, well, this is all to the second, and again, zenith angles to the horizon. Crazy. Because everybody knows that if you look out with an auto level, it will be above the horizon. Always. The horizon will never rise to that. So, of course, there's going to be extra. The guy's a muppet. Don't know what he's doing. No surveyors go to the beach and do these sort of things. The surveyors just do not measure zenith angles to the horizon. Being fooled by people who don't do things like this. This guy's pretending to be a real surveyor. He's got here, look, this line is at eye level. It never rises to it. Anyone can see that. He looks like he's quite high above that as well, isn't it? Doesn't he?
Yes, the
He drafted all of the elements to scale.
Horizon is always below your horizontal line, so
Look.
it has to be.
Alberuni method. Seriously? Look. He's mad. Ocean surface. Dropping. Right, okay, so... This guy's doing these, and he's talking about things dropping in the distance. So he's just done this one. Check this out.
Hey there, everyone. Jay Tolan is trolling you. So on his Florida and infrared video, I stuck a ruler on the screen, and it meets the horizon at both ends, and there's a bulge in the middle. Hey, Earth is curved. There's some photographic evidence for you, left to right, curvature.
He's serious as well, you know. He's put a ruler on a TV screen and then made a 20-second video about it. Super triggered. Obviously, Jay Tolan upset him on that one. Enough for him to put a fucking ruler on a TV and make a video about it. About this one. What is level?
Geodetic quality control. Curved surface, which at every point is perpendicular to the plumb line, the direction which gravity acts. Level surfaces are approximately spheroidal in shape. A body.
Listen to it. At every point perpendicular, but then said it's spheroidal. That's the dilithious mind in action. And these are all of the bits that he's found from McToon.
And let's come over to the Land Surveyor Reference Manual. Now this is probably one of my favorite books. So when you want to get licensed in the United States for surveying, you have to put in a certain amount of time into the industry before you can even sit for an exam, which depends on your state statutes. In all the states, though, you have to pass first what's called the Fundamentals of Surveying exam, or colloquially referred to as the Land Surveyor in Training exam. And it's an 8-hour exam, and I only use one textbook to study for that one. It's very rigorous. It's mostly mathematics, and I used only this book to study for it, and I passed the first try. I talked to other guys that had stacks and stacks of other books that they had been studying for months and months, and some were students with 4-year degrees in land surveying, and they of course studied lots of different books. I only used this one for about a year, and I was ready to take the exam, plus the time in that I had to put. So if we come over to their chapter on leveling, and they have some definitions for us. So a vertical line is a line from any point on the Earth to the center of the Earth. Okay, well that's even simpler than we had before. A plumb line is a vertical line, usually established by a pointed metal bob hanging on a string or a cord. Well, not too many guys use plumb bobs anymore, but we get the point. A vertical line and a plumb line are exactly the same thing. So if we use the term vertical line in the definition of plumb line, then we know that they're the same thing.
Does it seem like these guys are trying to use the definitional words of the rather than the actual practical and how they're used, or whether he is actually just going into semantics about how it says it in these books?
I don't know, but in this book, yes, plumb line is going to the center of the Earth. Yes, down is going down. That's for sure.
But if you ask Ruhif, definitions are meaningless.
Well, yeah. Look, let's see. Look, it's pretty obvious.
A level surface is curved. It's probably not curved this perfectly, because the geoid is what helps. It's a geopotential surface that defines level for us. It includes gravimetric measurements, and so
You should rewind and replay that 10 seconds right there.
No.
No.
I am asking the question why he's drawing his own drawing
Yeah.
instead of showing it this from this manual. I suspect because it is not in manual. Just it. Because if it were in manual, he shouldn't draw that. Why he's drawing his own depiction? It should be in this manual. So he is suggesting that he is explaining what is in manual. So why he is not using manuals pictures? There are a lot of them, I suppose.
This-
He's drawing
This
yes.
one.
Well, good morning.
Right, this one. Is the one that we particularly, I think, I sort of made this one come around, and this is where the great paralogism comes in, but it's also got some logic, modus tollens, probably one of the first ones. Here we go, listen to this.
From the state of Maine. I thought today we should talk about some of the underlying principles, again, about plumb lines. And KC, who's a geometry teacher, she put together...
She's not a geometry teacher. Right, obviously. Listen to this.
some of the principles here spelled out that are depicted in this graphic. So the modus tollens, if plumb lines are parallel P, then the sum of the interior angles, which in this case is zenith angles, will be 180 degrees.
He doesn't state what a zenith angle is. And the sum of what zenith angles? How many? Doesn't say. Doesn't make any sense. It's a really badly formed statement that. Didn't check the P's and Q's. Didn't take Emma's advice. If it says, I'll say it again, if plumb lines are parallel, P, then the sum of the interior angles, brackets, zenith angles, will be 180 degrees. The interior angles of what? The zenith, which zenith angles? They're from the top. What are they talking about? Perpendicular. Does it make any sense? Does anybody understand that? I never got that. The sum of what? Zenith angles from where? To where?
Interior angle means inside figure, geometrical figure. So, and if this angle is 90 degree, it is not, in fact, inferior angle.
But what? No, what to what though? Doesn't
Yes,
say
yes,
what, like to where. What? Where's the angle from to where? You can't just state zenith angle to me. It doesn't make any sense. Although there is a picture there that does state 94 degrees and 94 degrees. It's where I got it from.
And by the way, the only angle depicted here on this picture, this vertical angle, this zenith angle, is to horizontal, and it has 90 degree in this picture. So, and this horizontal line is not parallel to other horizontal line in this picture. So we have two horizontal different horizontal lines, and so it seems that this modus tollens cannot work because he's trying to prove that these plumb lines are not perpendicular to one horizontal line, not two lines, one. So for me, this doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. That's what I saw when I first did it. But obviously, somebody's made this meme and put his graphic on it to highlight the fact that he put 94 degrees. They immortalized that mistake that he made in a like a modus tollens. that's ridiculous. Like, it should be used as a training method, this particular thing, to break down the logical statement and all of the rest of it. So here we go.
Q. The sum of the interior angles, zenith angles, is greater than 180 degrees, not Q. Therefore, the plumb lines are not parallel, not P. So, as drafted, we can tell that these two plumb lines are not parallel. Because...
Right?
Yes, this is the trick. Yes.
No, he's not. He's going to expose himself in a minute, right? But as long as we get the idea that he's saying that because the angles are greater than 180 degrees, therefore they're not parallel, although perpendicular.
But they are not parallel. They are divergent according to line of sight, but not to horizontals. So that's the trick.
But yeah, but he does have horizontals being intersecting.
Yes, but this is assumption. So this is begging the question.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see the rest
angle
of
A
this.
and angle B add up to greater than 180 degrees. And then she added the parallel postulate.
I take a bow. Because of the way I mentioned these sort of things, and I've been doing it for quite a while, in the hope that other people will pick this up for themselves, a bit of logical reasoning. This is what we call the great paralogism. So the parallel postulate is what we call the triangle axiom. It states that triangles have 180 degrees. So in order for him to put this in here, it's just amazing. It's mind-boggling how unaware somebody could possibly be about how the geometry of reality works. I'll let him explain.
Which is Euclid's fifth postulate. If a line segment intersects two straight lines, forming two interior angles on the same side that sum to less than two right angles, then the two lines, if extended indefinitely, meet on that side which the angles sum to less than two right angles. So these angles down here must be less than 90, each of them, is what this is saying. They're not dimensioned here, but we can see that they are heading to a point where they're going to intersect. So let's pull up the AutoCAD drawing that I created that from, right? And that would be here. Okay, so
24 degrees. It's his AutoCAD.
Maybe difficult on a mobile
They're
device.
his drawings that are out there.
It's the same
These
graphic,
ones.
and what I've added down here at the bottom are the dimensions. So all I did was click angular dimension, click the line of sight, click the plumb line, and it sticks it like that. Pretty neat. So both of these angles underneath the line of sight are less than 90 degrees. So we look at the parallel postulate again.
Go on.
If extended indefinitely, they'll meet on the side which the angles sum to less than two right angles. Well, we can check that out. Let us draw a line down here. And what we'll do is we'll extend those two lines till they meet. Oh, look, they meet right there. There they intersect. And we can trim. And there, those two meet on the side where the angles are less than 90 degrees. So this graphic depicting plumb lines that diverge as they increase with elevation, we see that they must converge under the ground. That's kind of neat. So
It's kind of neat. He did say they must converge. So in actual fact, what he's done there is he's used the fifth postulate in order to make a globe. Isn't that amazing?
Wow. What
Yes,
the heck?
because applying this fifth postulate to that would mean that horizontals has to be parallel, because fifth postulate is interline. It means vertical in that case. This is this line which is intersecting horizontal lines too, parallel horizontal lines. That would be application of fifth postulate.
Fifth
But-
postulate has triangles,
Well, they call
right?
it
Go on, Etty.
they call it the parallel postulate, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes, but
You
he
see
is-
the thing here? What's going on here?
yes,
What a
but these
joke.
horizontals are not parallel. So
What
that's-
a freaking joke!
That's why
Yeah,
we
this
call
is-
this the stolen concept, right? This is the great
Yep.
paralogism. They can't look at it. One of their proofs of the model is a literal stolen concept. It cannot be true. It's a self-refuting claim.
This is a stolen concept. Yeah, like
This
right
is the
at-
original stolen concept, man. They've
Yep.
hidden it. They've,
They
in the
stole the
minds of
quote.
every glober, this is what they've been led into by this lying twat. He's
yeah,
a
this is nice.
deceitful. And this was done ages ago. This was when I was on Twitter, when I was trying to talk to these people.
A magic trick, a sleight of hand, but hey, we caught ya.
How we can end up with the globe model where there are no parallels, and use the geometry
Fifth?
to use as his proof for ending
I
up
can't.
with it. It's crazy, isn't it?
I can't believe this, bro. I can't believe what I just saw here.
Well, we've been over this a fair few times. But I mean,
Yeah,
again,
but
it's one of
see-
those things. It needs to sink in. It needs to you to be able to comprehend the. I don't know. It's like it's so many layers, isn't it? That you have to be able to sift through to be able to see the clarity of what's going on.
Yep, the magic trick by which they make verticals not parallel right in front of your eyes.
And if you want to listen to it, it's only 10 minutes. There's 7 minutes left of this. See from this point on now how many times you can hear. Because what he's got to do, he started off about not being parallel. He's basically run through his entire script. He's done the Modus Tollens and he's put the Euclid there. Now, he's got to try and convince you in the last 7 minutes now that what he's just said isn't a self-refuting claim, and he's got to try and justify it to end up with his model.
Well,
We go.
there's more graphics that go with this whole set, and let's have a look at those. So it was just describing, so this is what an occupy station looks like. This is a symbol that we use, and so we have a plumb
It's a
line,
benchmark.
and therefore a 90-degree zenith angle is horizontal to the plumb line, right? So that's implying that there's a 90-degree angle there. And we dimensioned it, and we see, yeah, that's 90 degrees.
It's the right angle.
Now, here's a case where the ground is flat, and we have occupy station A and B. They have the same horizontal line. They have plumb lines that must be parallel. So we don't have to dimension here because this has to be 90. But we can skip back over to this AutoCAD drawing,
But
and we can dimension those angles.
What he doesn't say is that on his model, this is impossible.
that's what he just did.
Well, he
just showed-
doesn't literally say it though, right?
Yeah, but bro, he just showed how they have to be parallel, and then he said, "But on my fantasy," and he's gonna go on now.
Yeah. It's good.
This is amazing.
He goes backwards and forwards just to confuse people.
Yeah. So this, to be clear, is fantasy. What he showed before was reality. Now we're in La La Land here.
Well, this is just geometry. This is literally how every drawing would ever be made, every elevation profile.
But
what
he's
he's
going to
doing
screw
here.
it up.
Well, he's going to say it's not, yet he's just used the geometry to prove that plumb lines aren't parallel. Both of those plumb lines, one of them is not plumb in the one that he's just shown, because it can't be to form a triangle. You can't have them both being plumb, which is what they are here. This is the geometric perpendicular.
My God.
And there it is. 90 degrees. 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Very nice. Let's do the other side. And that's all 90 degrees as well. Okay?
All right angles are equal. One of
So all
Euclid's
that's 90 because those plumb lines
axioms.
are fantastic. Okay? So we get...
Actually, it's the fourth, is it? Fourth postulate. When you get rid of all of the other ones, you don't get rid of that one that states all right angles are equal. So if you're using the fifth, you're going to have to have gone through the fourth. And the fourth states that all right angles are equal, which is this.
As if somebody had to say it. Yeah.
Get that. Now, even if one of them's elevated on a hill, the underlying surface of the Earth there is flat. So...
the underlying surface of the Earth is flat. What? He just said that. Nathan Oakley said he measured mountains flat.
Hey, you gotta put that in a clip right there. You need to clip that.
The underlying surface is flat even when there's a hill there.
It is labeled.
Yeah. Hill, yeah, but it's flat underneath it.
We have ground on the left and hill on the right.
Yeah.
Oh, this is flat.
The underlying is flat.
You know that flat hill over there.
The underlying surface of the mountain is flat.
Yeah.
Come on.
Don't worry. This mountain is 2D. This is 2D. Yeah.
Oh, look, here he is, Rumpus. I knew you'd be listening in, Rumpus. Welcome back.
These plumb lines.
I'm going over him, setting his tools up on a bit.
Degrees. And they must on the bottom as well.
Because all right angles are equal.
Now, if the Earth were concave, the horizontals here are not parallel. The plumb lines are not parallel.
See, now, this is one of the things that gets me, is they're trying to do this magic trick here now, whereas they show the geometric understanding of vertical and horizontal and plumb and level. Then they say, if the Earth was something else, then something else would happen. Well, no. Horizontals don't slope. There is no slope to a horizontal. So you can't say, if the Earth was something else, then horizontals would slope. Because the straightforward answer is, well, horizontals don't slope, therefore that's a load of shit. The straightforward logical thing. There's no need to go any further, because there is no slope to a horizontal. Ever.
We have a line of sight between the two occupy stations, and angle A and angle B add up to less than 180 degrees. Therefore, these plumb lines can't be parallel. Now,
so the triangle would be formed on the side with less than 2 right angles. Again, Euclidean geometric principles. We call it the triangle axiom. They like to call it the parallel postulate, but the lines aren't parallel. They're making a triangle.
which they sabotaged from, what was it, the 12th or the 11th axiom?
It's the 12th axiom, I think.
The 12th,
Yeah.
yeah.
Euclid's fifth postulate, these two lines must converge on the side where the angles are less than 90 degrees. And we can see that they will.
Less than 2. Right.
And then over here, if the Earth is curved, the plumb lines will converge under the ground. They'll diverge with altitude on the side where, well, it doesn't, yeah. So what we have here is angle A and angle B. They're both over 90 degrees here, so you can tell they're definitely greater than 180 degrees, right? This is a graphic to illustrate the principle.
Yeah, the principle, you see.
All of these graphics are
But he
to
said,
illustrate the principle.
I don't know if you noticed that plumb line will diverge on the side, and he interrupted
Yeah.
because on both sides he has different horizontals. So this is not base of triangle anymore.
Yeah.
Because this line, this is not curve, but this is just not one line. So he's not talking about triangle anymore. That's why he stopped.
Yeah.
He said on the side and stopped. Side of what? Triangle? No, this is not triangle, because on the basis we have two horizontal lines intersecting.
We've got Rumpus in the chat. Horizontals aren't cross, Rumpus. No such thing. Everybody knows they're parallel. There's certain things that you can try and do your sophistry about, Rumpus, but you can't do it with geometry. I'm sorry, you're lost. It just makes you look ridiculous, and no wonder you and your little soldier boy over there. Yeah, you've got nothing to add to the conversation. It's just rubbish. Yeah, so his geometry is messed up in his mind, much like Rumpus. Yeah, and he's
then we have,
trying to deal with
one
this.
on a hill, at some kind of elevation above this one. So they're not equidistant from the center of this curved shape, the radius point, and we find that these two still sum to greater than 180 degrees. Therefore, these plumb lines can't be parallel. All right, so these are graphics to illustrate the principle. Now I have several videos. I have 5 plumb lines videos here. Here's a playlist. It'll be linked in the description. I'm going to link Casey's channel in the description as well, because I think she has good content that you should be aware of.
That's the fake geometry teacher woman.
So here's my first plumb lines video. Here's my actual results from 402 looking to 404, and then my angles from 404 looking back to 402. And then here parallel in one spot. They must not be parallel in another. And I went to another and just randomly picked 2 spots that were fairly far away. And let's see. We go through results. Hey.
So look, that was him actually doing it. That was the road that he went on.
Let's see.
Oh. There. This is the road.
So that's another
we can
thing,
have a look at it.
So if plumb lines aren't parallel in one spot, they must not be parallel in another.
Sit down there. That distance, literally, that distance. This guy is claiming he can measure plumb lines not being parallel over that distance. And that guy claims to be a surveyor. He's gone from the arena at the minute, obviously. Not around too much.
I'll bet him $1,000 anytime he wants. Open bet. Easy money.
You have to see if Doofus is around. I think Doofus knows him.
So that's
Jeff.
these are the principles that are going on behind here, right?
These are the
We talked
principles that go
And there
on
are several
behind
graphics in
here.
this whole set, and
These are the principles of stolen concepts and fallacious thinking.
Yeah, only in his brain that those things happen.
That's absolutely crazy.
the important thing to note is when we actually measure these things, the results that we get match only one of those models. Only one of those models bears out in reality, and it is the convex surface, as in the outside of a spheroidal shape. All right, so
where is he now? Jeff, the pretend surveyor. Rumpus, he must be your mate, or maybe you put him up to this. Part of the team. You needed him to help out. Right now, he's done a fair few. He got a little bit more and more triggered from this point. He's making videos, leveling. Look at this.
well, look at that. There's a level. And there's a level. Yeah, it's kind of old. It's got made out of wood there, but see, it's still level, isn't it? Well, there's a level. Seems to be level.
So what?
Yeah.
And, well, goodness gracious. There's another level. It appears that one's level as well, huh?
Sounds like he's been
Is he
drinking.
serious?
So
Yeah.
what makes a level? These leveling levels are leveled.
And they're gonna remain level no matter how fucking, excuse my language, wide apart you put them.
Ultra
He's
triggered
gotta be
video,
joking.
that, right? Ultra triggered.
He's gotta be joking. I mean,
Right now. At the time, he made that video there, and you saw in there was 2 auto levels. So he'd been messing about with those, and then we get this video. Look at this.
is this the twin?
Wow. Teaser. That's the Wild T2. You might have heard of this one. Originally, Jesse Kozlowski used it at the Rainy Lake to tell George that it's one of the best T2s. And then Larry had it for a bit. And now it got given to Jeff. Jeff got hold of this. Call it Betty. I call it Betty. He got hold of Betty from the guys. Now, we said earlier about him going to a certain place. So check this out. This is quite good.
I'm set up here on Williams Reset at Portland Headlight for the first time in over a year.
Right? 2. He's gone there with not 1, but 2 pieces of equipment.
I have my Wild T2 theodolite set up and my Wild NA24.
This is the twin. Yes.
Yeah, this is the one. So this is the guy that has measured over a certain distance that we've already proved you can't see accurately over that distance, but he claims to have done it to the second. Impossible. But here we go, further on to show how
And we're
good
looking
he
out
is at
to
this.
Halfway Rock and to Seguin Island Light. These are both set up at the same height. So this is set at 543. And this is also set up at 543. Okay, we're gonna do a comparative analysis. First thing that we're gonna see is that different instruments are different, which should...
Do you get that? So let's say that again.
Different instruments
are different.
Is that different instruments are different, which shouldn't be surprising to anyone.
Horizontals are different, Jeff. I think so. I think they're both tools that should be set horizontally, and the horizontals shouldn't be different. At least the tools shouldn't be set up differently to acquire a different horizontal. Surely he can't mean that. I mean, they are two different tools. One's a theodolite and one's an auto level, but he can't mean that he's looked through them already and found that they aren't the same and gone, well, they're two different tools.
That can't be.
A surveyor wouldn't do something like that, would they?
No, sir.
But there's a point to be made here. Both of these horizontal crosshairs in both instruments are set horizontal, and we're looking out about...
Right, so he said that they are both set horizontal, but they're different somehow. It's interesting.
9 miles and about 24, 25 miles. And the point will be made. So we're pushing an auto level much farther than it would normally be, but this is to illustrate a very important feature of our Earth. So we see on the right...
Right, so you see that? I've paused it there. I do have some pictures. I'll put them in the chat to show you exactly what's going on with this after we've gone through this video. But yeah, the crosshair is a certain distance above the lighthouse. I mean, that's about all you can say.
Side of the crosshair, we see Halfway Rock Lighthouse on the left, Seguin Island Lighthouse. In Nav D88, the elevation of the light of Halfway Rock is 80 feet. For Seguin, that's 184 feet. My crosshairs are less than 80 feet high, and both lighthouses are far below. Both of those are far below my crosshair.
As we would expect, there is no way that horizon would rise to the crosshair. Initially, that's why I'm here. I said that it wouldn't because levels don't rise. Okay, so there's nothing strange about that. You shouldn't be looking with an auto level or a theodolite over that distance of water. It's ridiculous, but apparently this guy's doing it anyway.
Let's go over to the T2 theodolite and look through that at both targets again. Now the first thing you're going to notice is the view through the T2 is inverted. Don't let that freak you out.
Why is it inverted? Anyone know?
It's just a function of how...
You've been talking to George.
Why is it upside down? I think it's because he doesn't know how to set his tills up. He hasn't got a clue what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Let's set into astronomical mode. Because telescopes often do this. If you're ever trying to do this with a telescope, you'll find that it does invert the image. Theodolites don't do that. But what you can notice, although it's upside down, is that this is a lot further away. A lot further away. Which he did claim it was. It was.
Equipment works. Now, again, we've got the vertical crosshair splitting between the two lighthouses. So this time, because it's inverted, Halfway Rock is on the left and Seguin is on the right. And we see that our horizontal crosshair is far above both of those.
Far above, so he's making a
both
difference.
Of those lighthouses. My horizontal crosshair is at less than 80 feet in elevation. And then we're going to look at the vertical angle reading here, the zenith angle reading. We see that it is 90 degrees. It means we're horizontal.
Are you sure?
Okay. So different instruments are different. We already know that. But in both cases, both those lighthouses, which are taller than the crosshairs of both of these instruments, are far below the horizontal crosshairs of both of these instruments. That is how we can see the curvature of the Earth plainly.
Right, so he's saying it because because it's below, right? So I watched this video and thought something not right there, and I told him. I even, I think, sent a message to Wild to let them know that there was a guy pretending to be a surveyor that was stating that their tools have different horizontals in a video, and he's still got it up. I mean, this has been up for a year. He had 600 and odd people have watched that one, but this one. Oh. Right.
Hello, everyone.
So what I did was I told him about the crosshairs being in different places. And he's obviously a fake surveyor, because no surveyor would actually notice that the crosshairs are in different positions and then state, well, yeah, of course they would be. You wouldn't put the video out. There's something wrong there, obviously. So I was asking him what was he doing? And this is his reply. He made another video.
This is a brief follow-up to this video called Wild Lighthouses, which seems to have caused a stir in the comments section among some of the folks that believe that the surfaces of the ocean are planar rather than curved.
I've never said that, but I mean, this is what they try and do, misrepresent. I was just asking him why he hadn't set his tools up properly.
So what's happening in this video? What's really the purpose of this video? We see, looking through the scope of an auto level and a theodolite. And as noted in the video, they're not the same.
As noted in the video, they're not the same. He doubles down on it.
They're different instruments, and they may have different calibration settings. And that the crosshairs, when you look through the scopes and see the crosshairs compared to the lighthouses, they're different. And I had noted that they would be.
He noted that they would be. They wouldn't.
How different? How
are horizontals different from different tools?
Yeah.
What's he talking about? Doesn't make any sense, does it?
He's talking about one location. This is impossible on whatever model. So this is just nonsense.
Yeah.
So one of these tools, something wrong with one of these tools has to be.
Yeah. And rather than saying that, like any surveyor would, no. He put the video out first. And then when somebody says, are you sure that's quite right? He makes another video, doubling down on it. Telling everybody how he's not a real surveyor. It gets worse, though.
Let's see. Get that to play a little bit. Okay. So we see through the auto level, there is that space. And it, we see a space. And this is Seguin Island over here. And then if we fast forward to the theodolite, we see at the crosshair, there's a bigger gap there. Well,
bigger gap? He's exactly saying exactly what I said to him. Why are they different? That doesn't make sense. The one of these lines is sloping more than the other. One, possibly both of them, because obviously you can't trust a guy that can't set tools up and notice that they're not the same.
Well, that was noted in the video. I said that the crosshair was very far above the lighthouse. This video wasn't really about explaining why that difference exists, only that it's really the point of this video that these two lighthouses are, well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems...
But they always would be. The horizon does never rise. There is an optical drop, or the function of where the horizontal's set. That's why we don't use these tools over these distances. It's very, very simple.
Seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
You want to hear that again?
Well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
Each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different.
That is crazy talk.
Tool cannot
Sorry.
interpret anything. Only human being can interpret. So,
Yeah,
tool
he's
is-
mistaken a badly set up tool for actual horizontal. He's interpreted it as horizontal, but it's not, obviously.
Different horizontals.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'll see that again, just so everybody can hear. The guy, remember, this is the guy that has done the video that McToon has on his website that states plumb lines aren't parallel. And this guy obviously cannot set his tools up. He's a fake surveyor. Not real. Complete character. Been put in here to fool people into thinking this sort of stuff is possible. Now, there's not a lot of people that have watched these videos. Not a lot at all. So that tells you how many people there are in this arena that actually care about it. There isn't billions of people like they claim. There's very few people. And what they're claiming to do is impossible.
Are, well, they're below the horizontal crosshair when each instrument is set horizontal, but each one seems to be interpreting horizontal a little different. But these two lighthouses, this one's actually taller than this one. And probably looking upside down is going to drive you crazy. So let's look at it this way. So Seguin, the light is at an elevation of 184 feet on the NAVD 88 datum and 180 feet on the mean high water datum. That's more than twice as high as the light for halfway rock, which on NAVD 88 is at 80 feet.
And he's not going to work out that that's a function of distance. Perspective compression is a function of distance, like we've been saying for quite a long time. Why would it appear higher using those functions of perspective compression? Everybody knows that. I see Rumpus is keen tonight. Have your fun in the chat with Rumpus if he gets a bit too much. I bet he's coming out with all of the globe stuff.
And on mean high water is at 76 feet. Either way, no matter where the crosshair is, this is what we're seeing. And we have two different instruments, and there's some kind of difference between them. How will we discover?
There's two, and there's some kind of difference between them. Do you know what the difference between the two tools is? It's the fake surveyor that can't set them up properly. That's what the difference is. And the difference is he's only just got the T2 from the guys, Larry and Jesse, who've passed it over to him. Because he was meant to be joining the fake surveyor team on the Globe side. But they were spotted. They've left the stuff up on the YouTube channel because he probably got paid a lot of money for doing these sort of things. But he's gone now. If he is a real surveyor, he's disappeared because you can't say stupid shit like this. And you cannot see your employers watching you put a video out showing how you cannot set tools up and you doing things that are just not done by surveyors. You'll never see a surveyor looking out over water with a theodolite or an auto level. It just doesn't happen. You can't even get Ranty to go up Winter Hill with an auto level that Ruhif bought him. It doesn't happen by anyone.
How would we quantify
Not
that
anymore,
difference
anyway.
between the two? Well, not by this process. That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact. And with the auto level performing a 2-peg. Well, not by this process. That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact.
Not after, I think before fact.
You should do it beforehand, yes. But did you hear that? It's a tell. It's a tell. Obviously, you can listen out for these things. Again.
Not by this process. That would be a process of going out and with the auto level performing a 2-peg test and calibrating it after the fact until we get the 2-peg test working as close to perfect as we can get it.
If we get the 2-peg test working as close to perfect as we can, what is he talking about? A 2-peg test is a test that gets performed before you do anything, and that is to check that your tool is in calibration. You don't need to keep trying to perform it until you get it perfect. Again, not a real surveyor. Obviously knows very little about practical ways of doing these things. So again, not a real surveyor. After the fact, a 2-peg test. After the fact, what is he talking about?
And an auto level, remember, it's really only meant for those short distances. We're only looking, 1 to 200 feet with an auto level, more or less. Not, 8 miles and 23, 24 miles.
See? Again, you're not doing it. But he does. Why is that? Why is he doing it?
Because he's better.
Well, what's the difference between a theodolite and an auto level? Why does he think the theodolite would be any better than the auto level? Because he does. He thinks the theodolite is much more accurate for some reason.
Well,
so this is unfair to the auto level.
Sorry.
Go on.
I was just going to say, maybe because the theodolite's measuring angles and not linear distances.
Well, yeah, maybe. You don't have to read a scope. You can just read the number on the dial. Yeah.
So the auto level is not accurate to that distance.
The auto level's not accurate.
And then with the theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's what you would do with the theodolite.
Did you hear that? That's how he says to calibrate a theodolite. He obviously hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. Ridiculous.
The known elevation values.
Take it to a known place. Yeah, listen to it again.
Theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's what you would do with the theodolite.
You just take it to a place where the known values would be expected. That's how you calibrate theodolites, to make sure it's within calibration.
Holy cow.
Strange for me. I am not surveyor, but it sounds strange for me.
Yeah. And this is the guy that everybody goes to for plumb lines not being parallel. Right? There's nobody else. No one. Not even Jesse Kozlowski could do this. Jesse Kozlowski palmed this off to this guy. They literally made this character to do this job. Nowhere else other than McToonery's website and a very few people that have watched these videos means nothing. And the fact that Rumpus is in our chat in the YouTube shows everybody how small a team this actually is. Of people that are gaslighting, misleading people, fooling them. Not fooling us. I think they've been fooling the Globe Defender community. They've been handing the Globe Defenders really bad arguments, non-arguments. And then in order for them to get around it, what they do is they never talk about it. These guys have left the arena. There is no backing any of this up other than for us to go over it and to prove that these people are not real surveyors. They're characters that have just been made up, as probably other ones we were talking about. There's been pilots and there's been all sorts of other people to have characters. We've got Rumpus in the chat. Anybody now, just have a think. What's Rumpus's speciality? Where's he coming from? What is it that Rumpus has done that gives him the authority to do what Rumpus does? Have a quick think. That's right. Fucking nothing. He just shouts at people and calls people names. Claims that he knows all sorts of different things, but he doesn't. He's another one of the lying twats that are around here in this arena. Blatantly fooling people, gaslighting. Claiming that geometry disproves geometry. Literally. Crazy.
Like take you to a calibration baseline or compare it to an instrument that you know is well calibrated and you've established points that have known values, and you compare those values that you get out of the instrument to what is known, and then you can make adjustments after that. But that wasn't the purpose of this video. Do
you want to hear that again? Because I don't know. I'm not too sure whether anybody's aware of. We all know about the 2-peg test, but do you want to hear how this guy who may or may not be from Maine says how you calibrate a theodolite?
He's talking about some adjustment after that. So
again, it's always after the fact. But let's try and get the idea, right? A 2-peg test is you get 2 pegs. You get your auto level. And you bang 2 pegs in. 1 peg goes well, you just bang 2 pegs in and you move the auto level. So first sighting goes to sight the 2 pegs at a similar distance either side. Then you reset the auto level up close to one of the pegs and you sight to both of the measures again. And you can tell with the comparative difference between the two whether it is on a parallel horizontals or not. A very simple check. And you can say, oh yeah, those measurements are the same, therefore the tool is within calibration. Or no, they're not the same. The tool needs to go back and get sorted out, and we'll go and get another tool. So that's how easy it is for an auto level, just to check. This is what he says you should do with the theodolite. See if you can pick out what he says.
Like take you to a calibration measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. A place with known values, known level is not accurate to that distance.
Right, there we go.
And then with the theodolite, it would be taking it to a place with known values, known measurement values expected, right? So we can expect what the measurement values would be. That's what you would do with the theodolite. Like take you to a calibration baseline, or compare it to an instrument that you know is well calibrated, and you've established points that have known values, and you compare those values that you get out of the instrument to what is known, and then you can make adjustments after that. But that wasn't the purpose of this video. The purpose of this video was just to show quickly that, hey, we've got both these lighthouses below these crosshairs, and the farther one, which is higher, is far below the closer one.
So that's all he did. The purpose of the video was just to show that they're both below the crosshair. Surprisingly enough. And also to show us that he hasn't got a clue on how to set up these tools. Either one of them. I mean, we don't know. I would say if you go back and look at his earlier ones, the auto level all seem to be the same. The odd one out is the theodolite, which he's only just got within this video. And he took it there to do some sort of a thing. My guess is that the guys sent him the T2 theodolite for him to let everybody else know that they have these tools, because they're quite proud of the T2. It's super accurate, they say. George has bigged it up, or George did big it up to be a phenomenal thing. And also Larry. I think Larry, this is the tool that Larry sighted the radio mast tower with. And they did dual sightings. So remember, this is an addendum to a video that he's already done.
Now, this is not a technical video. This is one of my least technical videos I've ever made. Just a quick, simple demonstration. So is it accurate for geodetic surveying, these two different instruments in this video? No. Is it accurate for a simple demonstration of showing curvature? Absolutely. We could have just taken a scope that has no crosshairs, if I had one, and we would accomplish the same thing.
A scope with no crosshairs.
Now, I've already been to this location.
What do you reckon is the use of a surveyor having a scope with no crosshairs? It's not surprising he hasn't got one. It just means
you just put a marker, make an X there.
It's just, you just imagine, right? You go like, well, it's below if I imagine that there. Crazy. People see, the Globe side have all believed this. We've been over this quite a few times. They all know. The guys that know that this is just rubbish. Absolutely ridiculous.
With a theodolite that is known to be reliable.
Do you know that? Seguin Island. I'm guessing that's when Jesse went to go and meet him. When he went to go and see some stuff, because that's Jesse's old video. And look how different it is. Doesn't it look different? To why that is?
I mean, a total station that's known to be reliable. And here we are with these results. So this crosshair was at this elevation, 7683. This is all on NavD88 on this page. Seguin Island Light, 184. And then Halfway Rock at 80. And yet Seguin's far below Halfway Rock. Also want to point out, look at the differences in the atmospheric conditions these 2 days. That's pretty interesting, isn't it?
This one, Jesse Kozlowski, theodolite. It's got, you can see with these two lines in here. Actually, does Bessie have
these 2 days? Anyway, what I've done is but these two lighthouses, this one's actually taller than this one. And
it's only got
probably looking upside down.
double.
This is going to drive you crazy. So it's like power scope. The auto level.
Those double lines are different ones, I think.
And the theodolite has a 28 power scope. So
Here we go. Listen.
Of note, the total station has a 30 power scope.
30.
The auto level has a 24 power scope.
24.
And the theodolite has a 28 power
28.
scope. So we have 3 completely different scopes.
3 completely different scopes, all below 30 times magnification. The auto level we use has a 32 times magnification. Remember that for when we go out testing. The images that you will see will be of better clarity within the 32 times scope. There is a better magnification for the same distance within the scope of the 32 times auto level. And that's this guy that may or may not be from Maine.
Also, that we're looking through. So I hope that clears up any misconceptions anyone might have had. I am sure that the planar water people will still misconstrue everything that I'm saying now, and may even want to try to goad me into watching one of their videos where they misconstrue what I've said, but I really don't care. They're going to say what they're going to say and do what they're going to do.
There you go.
But as long as you can look at what's really going on in the background, that's what's important. All right. Well, I think that's enough for now.
Okay, so this guy, let me go back and see if there's any more videos. I'll show you some pictures of what we did. Bev's last chance.
Hey there, everyone. So I thought I'd update you on what's going on in my world right now. So you may remember a few weeks ago I talked to Bev Try Thinking on MC Toon's channel. Look for the link in the description.
Ooh, there we go.
You know, it went on and on. And now Bev is saying this about me on Twitter. Jeff is scared to talk about anything, but he'll lie about it so he doesn't look like he's scared.
Yeah, that's right. Still to this day.
That's not
He's
true.
Gone. He's allowed to leave the scene.
It came about because this guy Brad said, debate with the main surveyor again. Now is the perfect time. 2 topics, your test and parallel lines. And I'm saying that Bev had the chance to come talk to me on modern day debates, an actual structured debate.
I didn't.
And Bev turned down that opportunity. Okay. So I'm offering Bev one more opportunity here. Not sure if the structured debate was a little too scary, so I am offering just a moderated discussion. And it looks like Bev's not going to take part. I'm not into entertainment shows where you gain money for insults. Well, that's kind of funny because um, Bev has a website where he
Go on.
sells, he has a shop on it. He sells clothing, I guess, and some other things. But he's insulting to people on Twitter. And so that you know that I'm not making that up, he calls me a fake surveyor.
He's a fake surveyor. I'll call him a fake surveyor again. Not an
Right?
insult.
Um, that is an attempt at an insult. So, yeah, Bev, you insult people
How
and
dare
you
you?
want to make money while doing it.
He thinks that me calling him a fake surveyor is me making money out of insulting people. Obviously, this guy, fake surveyor, can't set his tools up. He's left the arena. He's gone. He's not around here anymore. Near the nervous laughing on him.
So, there's a bit of double standard going on right there.
No double standards.
And
Fake surveyor.
that's just a poor excuse. So, Bev keeps putting up his safe space, which is EmmaUK on Discord. Now, I don't have Discord. I'm not a Discord user. I'm not a Discord user for Bev. I'm not going to be a Discord user for anybody, no matter who they are. Don't use Discord. So there it is. All right. But we know that Bev has already been to MC Toon's channel. MC Toon uses Zoom. We already know that Bev has used Zoom to take.
So yeah, he's talking about. I'm saying I'm not into getting insults for money because McToon has admitted in the past that his channel is not a debate channel. He doesn't debate people on his channel. He just purposely goes there to mock them, and he gets money from people who send him super chats to mock people. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going over there on McToon's channel anymore. It's ridiculous.
Take part in that. So that shouldn't be a problem. I have no problem with Zoom. So, Bev, your chance. Very plain. I'm going to make it very plain to you. And I'm going to link this discussion in the description because Jesse Kozlowski just has some fabulous
Jesse
links here that
Kozlowski's gone as well.
you're going to need to see. I really like this one. Plane surveying isn't flat, which I had mentioned to Austin Whitsitt. So I got to give a shout out to Modern Day Debates in this as well. So when it was offered to Bev a few weeks ago to debate me on Modern Day Debates, Bev turned that down. And
I didn't. He didn't offer
Modern Day
it to me.
Debates went out of their way to find me another debate opponent.
Who did he find?
And they found Austin Whitsitt, which I didn't expect them to do. I had no idea they're going to do that. So since they went out of their way to find a replacement for Bev, I took up the opportunity. I was like, well, I don't want to waste their time for them putting in a bit of the extra mile there. So anyway, shout out to Modern Day Debates for doing that. And you got to check out Jesse's links here. I know that this particular statement, plane surveying isn't flat, was kind of triggering for some of the folks in that debate with Austin Whitsitt.
I've clipped him saying that because it's some of the most ridiculous shit you've ever heard. Plane surveying isn't flat. The plane that you use within plane surveying isn't a plane. True diletheism.
The audience. Anyway, so getting back to the issue here, Bev doesn't like the whole idea of money for insults, right? That's kind of a problem for him, right? Let's see. Scrolling around because Twitter is just this.
Let me go back there and see that because he did put a
problem for him, right?
McToon told us he doesn't do debates. I'm just going over some stuff at the Mo. If you want me, you know where I am. That's my message to him that he just hid.
Let's see. Scrolling around because Twitter is just this weird experience. Ton of rabbit trails here. So he says, I'm not entertainment shows where you gain money for insults. Now, Bev, no matter who the channel owner is, anybody could pay money in the super chat feature to insult one of the participants or insult anybody they want to, I guess, right? So think about that, Bev. That means on modern day debates, when I participated there, people were welcome to pay money to insult me if they wanted to. They're providing the platform, and YouTube has created this feature called Super Chats. Therefore, the channel owner can gain a little bit of compensation for their time, their know-how with all of the software involved, right? So if MC Toon wants to get compensated for his time in providing his channel as a platform for you and I to have a moderated discussion, that's fine with me. And if your friends like Domesticated Primate and Emma and those other people that you hang out with, if they want to show up to MC Tunes and pay money in super chats and insult me, that's their prerogative. So what?
Does that sound like he's trying to make an allowance for paid insults to be a thing?
Yes, that's new normal for him. For
But
me, it is not.
That's why these people want to do their debates on McToons. That's why they want to go there. So these people can make money from insults at people that they're meant to be talking to. Now, they say they don't debate. They just do this for entertainment. So they make entertainment shows where people can pay them to insult people. Really strange.
That's sick for me.
Yeah.
Since when do you accept super chats?
I don't, but what he's trying to say is that if he goes over to McToon's, then McToon should be able to make some money from insulting people. People paying McToon money to insult people. I mean, you should be allowed to do that.
Talk about redirection, huh?
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, this is over a year old. I didn't even notice this. I just, as far as I knew, I told him that I'm not going to do any stuff, but he's making videos about it.
Same thing on modern day debates. If Austin Whitsit's buddies wanted to pay money to insult me with super chats, so they can have it read aloud rather than just disappearing into the live chat, which is hard to watch when you're a debate participant. Who cares? Who cares? I don't really care. I am fully aware that MC Toon's channel is monetized and he can make a little money off this. I literally don't care. That's his right as a YouTube channel owner.
It's his right as a YouTube channel owner to make money from people paying him to insult the guests that he has on his channel. That's why I said I'm not going to go over there. If you want to have a chat or whatever, we'll go somewhere else. I said that to him. And I did say I'd go on modern day debates with him. So I don't know why he's saying I didn't. He did that all of his own accord. And he went on there with Whitsit. And Jeff. And did Jeff get exposed as not being an actual surveyor by Whitsit? No. Whitsit validated his surveying credentials because Whitsit doesn't know anything.
Okay, so again, last chance, Bev. This is the last opportunity you will have to have a live discussion with me that I'm going to offer you.
At McToon, no.
I don't use Discord, so just forget that. You can talk to me in a moderated discussion.
Over at McToon's, right? That didn't happen. So we'll look at that there. That's video here. And then after that one particular video, 186 views, 143 views, 300 update. Bev's last chances spent, 322 views, 91 views. Poof, he gone. No longer around. The main surveyor finished off by Bev. Goodbye. See you, Jesse. See you, Jeff. Come back anytime you want, guys. Have a discussion about geometry and reality. You can't. Never mind. Right. Get back to Discord now. So that's a little bit of a thing. But, I mean, I'll show you what we did. Because he did say different scopes and whatnot. So, might take me a bit to get these. That one. Just hang off posting anything in the chat for us if you can for a second. That one. And one more, which is the combined. Right. So what we did here was this. This is a screenshot from his video. Showing this is the auto level and the height of the thing. Now, because what we know of these tools and the Stadia hair always have a similar relationship. And we know that they're always 1 to 100. So because of the different scopes have different magnification things, what we did was we took the one and then the other one. Obviously, we flipped it round. But what you can do is you can match the Stadia hairs together and by enlarging one image or smalling the other one, right? To make them the Stadia hairs match. And once you know that the Stadia hairs match, then you know that the magnification of both of the scopes is similar because of the relationship of the geometry within the scopes of 1 to 100. So what we did was we took both of these images, obviously flipped one round. We then matched them so the Stadia hairs and the crosshair all match together on both pictures. And this is what we end up with. So the Stadia hairs match. We've got arrows there to put the Stadia hairs match in. And you can see how far off the actual images were away from horizontal. Massively. Pretty obvious in that picture. That those tools are not set up the same. One of them, or possibly both. I mean, we don't know if he's from Maine. We don't really know if we can trust his name's Jeff. I don't think we can trust very much about this man. But logically, everyone can see there that those two images and the horizontal crosshairs are not in the same place. Therefore,
Yes.
fake surveyor.
At least one of them is very, very off. or maybe both of them.
Yeah. And if that is what he did before he ended and left the arena, you can't trust anything about this man and his parallels not being parallel. Plum.
Yes, and he said that maybe maybe it can be done, this two-peg test, but he admitted that he hadn't done it at all, because he said in the video, because it was his speculation, maybe after, but it means that this it is done without this two-peg test.
Yeah, he'd never done that. So again, not a real surveyor. Yeah, it's not that he's called Jeff. It's just the fact that he's definitely not a real surveyor. And I'd say now to this day, this is why this character isn't around within this arena. And when you consider that this is the only source of plumb lines not being parallel, because they managed to get away with it and make a little troll army of people. And to this day, nobody has ever been able to talk about the method of establishing a curvature of level, a drop of the water level from horizontal, or the method used in particularly doing the plumb lines are not parallel from a real surveying perspective. Simple, easily exposed fake globe surveyor. If he was real, he'd come back and explain it to everybody. He's not. He's left the arena. He's even stopped making videos. I don't know about the other guy, Jesse, whether he's still around or not, or whether he's willing to come back and explain why he handed off this particular plumb lines being parallel to his Facebook buddy. But we can go over all of these videos. I don't think there's much use going over this guy's videos anymore. This guy's an obvious not real surveyor, practicing, trainee if that, and he probably failed in anything that he did. You can't pretend to have two different horizontals. End of presentation for exposing fake globe surveyors. Strangely enough, there's no more around at the minute, is there? Is there anybody else claiming to be a globe surveyor? I've not heard of them within this arena. Hopefully the guys on Twitter will be okay about that. I can point that out to him, go over that. Right. Trivium Day. Everyone want to get into any of that sort of stuff? Anybody want to get into any sort of anything really? Any comments on any of that we've just gone over? No?
I would say that these globe surveyors are doing poorly so far. Very, very not intelligent. Not intelligent cheating.
This is This is Roger Peachy, Daddy's Little Soldier Boy. Posting again my land surveying certificate. And when I took that picture, you can see that there's 2 Research Flat Earth stickers. Well, what do you call them? Business cards on it. They're not covering anything up. They're just literally on the certificate. I put them on there. I mean, why not? Does it mean I'm a flat earther? I don't think so. I don't ever think the Research Flat Earth is a sign that says you're a flat earther. Making people inquire things for themselves.
I think the Peanut Man just might be a touch jealous of your certificate.
I know. He did building. He did services or something. He didn't do construction. So I think he missed out. Yeah. Building services or whatever. I don't know. Cleaning like toilets and stuff like that, I think.
Recycling pickup, stuff like that.
Yeah, cleaning the toilets. It's just...
Not that there's anything wrong with that. But
yeah, no, yeah.
It's not surveying. It's not surveying, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that, it's not when you think of building engineering type stuff. It's not, he doesn't do any of the construction stuff.
Right. Okay. So that would explain the touch of jealousy that I hear in those texts.
Well, I think they've got this narrative, right, where they made these fake characters. They're all over the place. Race car drivers, professors, pilots, anything else, captains of ships, and all of these things, and none of them are real. They're all just characters that have been put in here because they like to have characters that they think can prove globe, which we all know is impossible, but they have these characters around, and they had some characters and they were doing quite well. Jesse Kozlowski, what's the other one? Chris Van Matra. Then they brought Jeff in. There was a guy on Twitter called Aaron Burrell that we ended up calling the Disco Ball Surveyor. They all had to disappear because there comes a point when you have to defend a model, and that model just does not comport with any geometry reality. In fact, the geometry disproves it. So you can't really go into an argument with this geometry idea because the actual geometry will disprove you very easily. Stolen concepts and just blatant lies, misunderstandings of basic concepts, all sorts of different reasons. And I think they didn't expect that there would be somebody like me around here. Literally. I shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have trained to have done this and then be in the position like me as a carer where you're not actually practicing this. Because if I was actually practicing to be a surveyor or a builder, or it doesn't really matter, whatever, and I was around here talking like I am now, these people would get in touch with my employers. They probably have already.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Yep.
They've told me they've been on to the government to try and get my benefits stopped because of what I'm doing here. So if I'd have had an actual job, I would have definitely have been out of it. And I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have a land surveying certificate. because nobody in the arena actually has one. I'm the only person in this arena with an actual surveying certificate. And that hurts
That
them.
must burn them.
Yeah, that's what's up with Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
So that's why they wanted to do with you what they did with Brian Mullin. I think.
Yes.
But they have no catch because you are not surveyor, employed surveyor, so they cannot go to your company to say get him fired because he is not convenient for us. So, or send like George Hnachuk to threaten your employers. Sorry.
I heard there was another underhanded thing that happened last week. Apparently, Travis posted a paper was it a college or a university? They've been hounding him, post a paper. Why don't you know how they go about it? Why don't you post a paper? Blah, blah. So he did, and somebody, which I'm not going to mention a name right now, somebody called the college and started complaining, and they had to take the article down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't want to go after surveyors. They've got nothing to do with it. Just because a group of people have made a load of fake surveyors is no reason that you should start hounding real surveyors. Because we know what happens to those people once you start talking to them. Things like that happen. All of these papers of things. I mean, if anybody's in this Discord server, you'll see me posting stuff all day of things off Twitter, articles, scientific papers. They're all over the place, and they all state 3D world, perpendiculars, geometry. Nobody else denies geometry, only this one small group of people, because it disproves their model. And they have to make fake characters up in order to do it. Now, nobody's saying there are experts within this. That's where the trivium and logic come into this. It's for everybody to get a basic grip and an understanding of how the reasoning works and how the fallacies within these fake people, how it's shown that they aren't real. They're faking what they're trying to do, and they're fooling people. They're lying and deceiving people about things. I think personally, the ones that did actually know that they were deceiving people, they've all left. They've gone because they know that they can't keep the lie going. So they've left the arena. Now, where have they left the arena to? Are they now troll accounts that just sort of do texting and stuff? Or have they literally just gone because you can't be seen to be around here anymore? And if that's true, then the only people that are left here within this arena are the people that have been fooled by what those people said. And they're still in this arena. And it doesn't matter what you say, you can't convince these people that they've been lied to. Because their paralogisms that they've been taught support their model. And it goes along with all of the other paralogisms that support their model. Hate to say it, but I think the people that are left within the arena on the globe side are not so bright. They're definitely not the brain boxes behind the operation. Those people have long gone.
It's
That's go on. So go on.
the same thing as with the people who still believe in that moon landing. You can show them pictures and footage that this is fake. It is obviously fake. And no, they will still believe that moon landings are real. This footage is from moon, which is obviously not, because it is faked and it is easily to show, easy to show. But no, still they will never concede. So that kind of people, I think, you cannot convince to anything.
Yeah, and so I mean that's why it's getting to the point that when we're talking to people, it's obvious that they're say perpetrating, but they're just carrying on the gaslighting that people have gaslit them and told them something, and they just repeat it with no knowing or no understanding of how these things are the method implied, or the method that was used in order to find these results that they interpreted. I think the interpreted results that they've got has been clouded by their model that they have there in the first place. That's what we're stepping away from, right? With this channel now is going to be around the logic and the understanding and how to spot these things. Now, if anybody doesn't agree with them and thinks that we might have possibly got this wrong, that Jeff, the guy who may or may not be called Jeff, who may or may not live in Maine, if anybody disagrees with any of that stuff, then come and have a chat. Quite easily have a discussion about it. And I'd really want to get to the bottom of it. I'm more interested in having these discussions and an ongoing conversation about these things. I don't want to have an argument. I don't want to have an argument. I don't want to argue with anybody about anything. I just want to try and come to an understanding of what
how we live with the contradiction.
Well, how everybody lives with the contradiction.
Right. I know. I was just trying to put 2 cents in, that's all.
Yeah. Well, that's the idea of logic, is trying to find these contradictions, trying to find the fallacies that are inbuilt into everyday life and point them out to people. There's no need for people to get upset about it. But everybody's got to admit that within this arena, there are fake people. It depends what them fake people are claiming and how much influence these fake people end up having. This particular one that we've been talking about tonight is one of the biggest fakes there ever was, because he's got the claims of all of the geometry within surveying for the entire model. Every one of these people rely on these guys, Jesse Kozlowski and the guy that may or may not be from Maine. Those 2 people are the only people that get cited whenever you're concerned with geometry and the shape of the thing that people think we're living on. We're talking about level. And these 2 guys have fooled everyone within this arena. And it's been allowed. People have allowed this to occur. Purposely. I can remember one meeting with somebody and I said, you're going to talk about them. If we could have a meeting just so to let you know what we know. And I got told to F off. That was QE. Just as he was going to validate what C. Kozlowski was doing. I just wanted to let him know what we know. He didn't want to talk about it. So, yeah, there's been a lot of people that have allowed people to believe that these might be real surveyors. We've got some perfect geometric tests that work in reality and work perfectly with geometry. Just people say, can't happen on a globe. So we'll not talk about it because it's inconvenient. Like the way I Can Science That said that there can be no globe if water forms a plane. Do you not think it would be a good idea to check if water forms a plane or not?
Generally, it would be simple. Just this water level with a third end in the middle. So, and it would show hump. It has to show. If we live on the globe, the hump would be visible and measurable. So, indeed, surveying and sighting would be quite impossible. But this water test, yes, it is possible and easy. I think it's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
It is a simple way to prove or disprove either.
Just a straight line. But again, it's up to everybody else. Whatever they want to do, they will do. And we're going to carry on with this logical reasoning because it seems to me the simplest way for everybody to understand this. Now, us being in this arena is obviously upsetting to the group of people that we are in this arena with. Both sides, they don't want logical reasoning to be a part of this. So we're trying our hardest to get out and to have discussions with other people. I know whilst we're doing that, there are going to be a lot of people that still get upset at the things we say. Well, those things are just basic truths that will end up being logical statements with a formulation to end up with a proof, hopefully. And that's the best way of using logic. And we will show you some. I will show some on Friday when I go to talk to Steve McRae and Red's Rhetoric, because they're two guys that don't think that there are any arguments that end up with a proof. Strange, I know, but it's true. There are a group of people out there that literally believe there is no proof.
Yes, and on this flatzoid with fight the flat earth, he is, I think maybe someone paid to him for saying that like 1,000 times, that science doesn't prove things. So
it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, because science, it is knowledge. So, and you know something only because of proof. Without proof, you cannot know. So this is just cause and effect relationship. You know because you have it proven. That's only a way how can you say that you know. So this is just nonsense that science doesn't prove. Of course it does. Because without proof, it is not a science anymore. Just belief or opinion or whatever, but not science.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the first things that we should say, that when we say science here, we are talking about the gaining, the acquisition of knowledge. And the science is the process that gives you knowledge at the end. So it's gaining information and the way you process that information to give the personal knowledge to you. And science being that process. It's not a method that somebody's made up that you should study. It's an ongoing process of finding the best way to gain that knowledge. A lot different than what I think they've taken it out of context, right? They've taken it from that acquisition of knowledge and placed it within, I don't know, a sort of strange framework that they can consider. I don't know. What have they done? Right, in order for them to say you're a science denier and literally use that as a label. Like,
Yes,
if
but
they can't get you on flat earther or whatever, then they'll try and get you on a science denier label.
But in fact, what they mean, it is you are disbeliever. You don't believe because they say that you have to believe what science, body of science is telling you. So this science, not real science, is really belief. They want you to believe them, not, but the difference between belief and knowledge is that you believe without proving, and this is not real knowledge, but if you can say that you know, this is the only cause that you can say that you really know, it is because it is proven, not because someone said with authority even.
Yeah, it's like they have faith coins, isn't it? For belief. It's like, well, I mean, how strong is that belief? And it's like, how much faith do you have in order to have your belief as strongly as they do? It has to be a massive amount of faith that allows them to have the belief so strongly that they want you to also take that belief.
Yes, but still it is weaker than proof.
Yeah,
So,
oh yeah.
so that's why they are angry, because they want this modern science to be a belief. But proof, objectively speaking, is stronger. You never, I think they know that belief will never defeat proof. So they are just trying to get rid of proof at all. So they are just redefining what proof is. So now they are calling it evidence. No, evidence is not proof. Evidence is support for proof, but proof is the logical process in your mind. This is proof. That's why you can say that you know, because this proof is in your mind. This understanding is in your mind, and it cannot be disproved but evidence, some pictures or whatever. this process in your mind, which is already done, and make you to understand things, it is your. You have ownership of your own thought. So this cannot be disproved by evidence or telling stories, whatever. That's why I think this modern science is trying to get rid of proof, because this is so solid, it is just undefeatable. You cannot defeat proof with any strong belief. But still, they are trying, of course, trying to do that, like fight the flat earth. That's why he is doing it over and over again, repeating himself 1,000 times. Just, I think he's just doing programming in this debate, for example, with Flatsoid, just making job of programming people.
I've got a thing. I don't know if anybody was aware earlier. Gizmo just made a comment within the Discord, and it was found upon Twitter. These guys, these guys are taking screenshots from in this Discord, and they're misrepresenting them, let's say, on other social media platforms. So anybody that is in this live chat now, or anybody that's on this Discord channel, be aware that anything you post within the live chat can and probably will be taken onto other social media platforms. That's how sad this group of people are. Hopefully we can get away from them eventually. Once we've completely, well, I think we've already disproved their globe model. But once we've got rid of them, because it should become far too painful for a globe Earth mind to be able to come around and see the truths that we have. It's also, you know, like you saying earlier about proof. I think they see that, right? They see somebody that has a proof. And once you've got that proof, then like you can tell that within a person. You can tell that what's needed to get rid of that proof is something that's even stronger, right? I mean, the fact that you don't end up with a proof without making sure that it is a proof. Like a proof is definitive. There is no turning back a proof. You can't undo a proof.
Yes, and you can undo, especially with belief. So it is impossible, because belief is always belief has always some part of not knowing. That's why this is the difference between belief and knowing. Of course, in beliefs, you have some things you know for a fact, but not all. Some things you have to take as belief, but proof concerns only things that are proven. So in proof, you don't need to bother with things which are not proven. So proof is just proof for some thing, not for all. That's why proofs, there are many proofs for many things. But one single proof which proves one thing is undeniable. You cannot replace it with belief. It is impossible. For me, for example.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about believers because maybe they but I think that believer which is not strong, who is not strong with logic, yes, it may replace, may replace proof with belief, because maybe he is not convinced that proof is the strongest thing he could have. And for example, this fight the flat earth character, by repeating that, and maybe someone can hear him, and yeah, he will say to himself, yes, this guy is right, this guy is right. Proof that I have are not valid, they are not important. Let's believe in some fine story. So I think that he is doing this bad job for some people, but still, if someone can comprehend what proof is, and what strength proof has, he will never turn into belief back. Just like riding a car. If you have better car, you will not you will not change better car to worse car. So that's it for me.
Yeah, the belief proof thing probably needs to be had a look at. I was looking for the fight the flat earth thing that I've got. Did you ever hear that? The first chat I had with Fight the Flat Earth.
I am not sure. I think something I listened to a bit, maybe, but my memory is not so good. So I listen to many things. So maybe yes, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can't find it. I did a debate with Fight the Flat Earth. Well, I'd say a debate. It probably was actually one of the closest things to a debate we ever had. Right at the beginning, when I first started, I was at 24/7, and Fight the Flat Earth. I managed to get Fight the Flat Earth away from his channel and into 24/7. It was one of the things that afterwards I thought was very strange, that he'd never gone anywhere else, as to why Fight the Flat Earth left his arena and went to 24/7 to go and have this debate. And it was meant to be about the straight line and level within that's all we wanted to talk about, really. And Fight the Flat Earth, said his opening statement was that straight lines curve because of non-Euclidean geometry. And he basically went on throughout the whole thing, just stating that straight lines curve. And I didn't understand what was going on within the geometry of it. And I mean, that's where we are today. Like the understanding of the globe mind means that straight lines literally have to bend. that's the place they have to put their minds. And Fight the Flat Earth did it ages ago. And these Globers at the minute now also have to do the same thing. And I don't think there's a way you could formulate a straight line back in their mind. Not me anyway. I have this strange reaction when I talk to people where people sort of have to deny everything I say for some reason.
Yes, everything, whatever is not conforming to their worldview. So that would be everything, not only
Yes.
straight line, just everything.
Everything
White is
I say, for some reason, is linked to their model, and that then causes them to have a reaction about it.
Yes, I think this is personal. This is some kind of ego, because I think this allergic reaction is to person, because you are saying something and they don't like you or hate you or whatever. They cannot concede because it is from you. So this is kind of pointless, but I think still for others it is can be maybe fruitful to show how Glober's mind is working or not working well, but because they are at the same time they are trying to think, and they have psychological problems with themselves. So this is hard. Yes, this process, keeping a logical process with psychological problems with their own ego. So, but still, I think this is fruitful, not for them, but for others, to show how this twisted mind is working. And maybe sometimes it make some fun, can make some fun. But
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that the end of the model, which I think is why they get so upset with me in particular, because they've related me to something that they despise, yet I'm only coming from reality. So what they have to then do is link what they despise to reality. And that's troubling for them.
yes, of course, this is ego. They are assuming that they are superior. So they cannot accept truth from inferior. So yes, but this is psychological problem. So I cannot resolve that. But still using logic and cold head with in discussion with that kind of people, maybe fruitful. Not for them at once, but maybe in future. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Wow. Cat's happy today. Go on.
In this ego process or problem is that because if they think that they are superior and we are inferior, if they can concede that they are not right, they would concede that they were fooled by people who are much smarter than them. And I think this is very hard to concede, that I am not as smart as I thought that I was. So this is difficult for them, I think, for everybody. But maybe this level they cannot pass. Oh, I am not so smart. There are many people or some people who are much smarter than me, and they fooled me for years, and I didn't notice that. I think this is very hard to concede.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so also. Like, especially once you've been in this arena for so long and you've helped develop the arguments within it. And then you realize they're not really arguments. You've just been circular reasoning round and round with another group of people. And they've developed into the same thing. Exposed by people like Brenda and Rumpus, having the flat earth point of view, or having to have that, because if it's not there, then they can't argue their circular reasoning around it. So they so want to keep the same thing going on and on.
They are repeating themselves, nothing new, just if they can only rephrase their statement, but still this is not an argument. Using these tactics, sophistical tactics, but as we know these tactics better and better, they are not looking so smart as they believed they were in their own eyes. So this is just not, they are not so proud for their performance as they were before, because you know, it is easy to defeat naive people, but if you are dealing with not naive people, not anymore naive people, so this sophistry is tearing apart. So this is just end of their ego here. I think that's the problem, psychological problem for them, because they don't shine anymore here. A few years ago, yes, they were shining. The brilliant sophistry was shining, and no one could refute them, and because normal person hasn't got good ability to debate, is not very well trained in logic. But now, especially here, there are many people who can refute these pseudo arguments, this sophistry. So they are not shining anymore. They are not shining stars here. And I think that hurts their ego. So that's my point of view here on their personality.
Yeah, well, like I say, all we've ever been doing. I was brought into this arena by a group of people, and those people are still around. I know for a fact that this group of people will go after anyone that comes into contact, anybody that I try and contact anywhere on any social media platform. They will hound people. They will tell other people about my family. They'll tell other people their misconceptions about what we do. They are literally obsessed. I bet they're listening in now. Even we have few people. I probably could guarantee that hate watchers are still here listening. I'm expecting that a lot of people won't be able to listen. They probably used to hate watch, but now because of the stuff we're saying, they can't listen to it because they can't have it reinforced. There's nowhere for them to go to. These people that they've relied on, once they get exposed as being liars and cheats and deceitful people, once they do that, they can't go back to them and say, look, what do you mean? Why did you say this? Because they're not here anymore. I think they will begin to realize that actually there is nothing there for the globe. They know there's no proof. And now that the people that they were relying on aren't even around either. It's gonna be tough for them. Well, again, yes. I feel sorry for people that will try to use this argument within this arena. I would say don't try and come and use a geometric shape argument in this arena. You will get cast out. It's not what they want. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I just wanted to say that they have no backup now. They cannot appeal to their own authority because this authority disappeared. So they are on their own here now.
And that is the strange thing about this. They claim to have science on their side. They claim to have science be portraying this understanding of whatever. Who we had a guy earlier, V. Thomas, that was talking about their understanding of different words. Level has a scientific understanding. Well, if you think back to that, there being a science and then a not science. Well, the science part of it really is the geometry. That of the shape argument is geometry, and that's not really science. The only science involved in geometry is the science of reasoning, which is logic. And
yes,
that is the acquisition of knowledge, right? Out and out knowledge, like the proof. And you can't deny that. So
yes, but in geometry and in mathematics, your syllogism is enough to create proof. But in physics, you have to have backup in reality. And that's why they are denying this proof, because evidence is support only, backup for proof. It is insufficient to make syllogism only as a proof in physics. That's why physics is supported by experiment. But they are denying this proof. Yes, you are right. Proof itself is science, no matter if it is physics or mathematics. But you cannot replace proof, normal logical proof, with evidence. This is not the same. And you still need proof in physics. But this is not sufficient in physics to have a proper syllogism proving something. No, you have to have backup. In mathematics, your backup are axioms or common notions. But in physics, if you are trying to prove what is not proven yet, you have to make an experiment. That's why the experiment is support for your proof. But this proof still has to exist, because without proof, you cannot science this physics. So people are misled by thinking that in science there is no proof. Yes, it is. Same as in mathematics. Because proof is only one. This syllogism created through thinking. But in physics, you have to have backup in experiment. And physics, it means physis. Physis is a face, so it has to be seen. If we are talking about calculations, we are not talking about physics. Word physics is from face value, so it has to be seen. It has to be tangible. You have to sense that. It is related to our senses. If we are talking about calculations only, this is not physics. So calculus, for example, or whatever, this is not physics. And it cannot prove anything in physics, that calculus or whatever, calculation. You have to have, for example, real measurement or real causation between two real things in physics. That's why we are doing experiment, doing something in reality, not calculating on the paper. So, but proof is still valid in physics, and it is necessary to gain knowledge in physics. The same way, we have only one way to gain knowledge. This is proof. So whatever, whoever is talking about science that it is proofless, he is wrong or he is lying. It is impossible. Science is only the one, by proof, in physics, in mathematics, in geometry, whatever.
Yeah. It's science, what they call science, has separated. Like science, it wouldn't surprise me if science has a contradictory definition of science.
Yes, so so if we don't know what science is, so this is pointless, yes, to discuss science.
Yeah.
What it is like discussing ether, which may be everything. So pointless.
Yeah, if science doesn't give you any proof, then it's obviously a different science than what I'm thinking of.
Yes,
which
and
is
me
the
also.
acquisition of knowledge, right? Which you do get proof. That is how you get your knowledge, your true and certain knowledge comes from science, right? From proofs, from that method that ends up with a proof. To say that it gives no proof is ridiculous.
Yes, so yes, ridiculous and dangerous. If the people can believe that statement that science doesn't prove anything, and someone will believe, he is open for just cheap programming. So, but this is choice of people. I would never adhere to that science does not prove. This is just not true.
That
But-
would be a good debate, though, would it not?
Yes, and
Proof
flat-
within science, right? debate, just that.
Yes, and this was, in fact, the topic of this flatzoid versus fight the flat Earth, because they were debating what science is, and fight the flat Earth. Of course, he's repeating what he's talking about for few years, but he cannot prove that science cannot prove. So he's just in aporia. He's stuck. He's trying to use logic to disprove logic.
Yeah, he can't disprove science giving proof.
Yes, yes. Mission impossible. So poor guy.
Yeah, but still with the misguided idea that he can go into a debate about that with a position where he thinks he can well, I don't know, within a debate tactic, right? And let's admit you've got no proof of your model because you cannot have proof. Then to imagine that you can go into a debate and try and disprove other people's proofs just because you have none yourself is pretty amazing, I think.
But now they are, that's why they are trying, because they know that they need something to replace, which can replace proof, and this is evidence. So, for example, fight the flat Earth with this discussion with flatzoid. He is talking about observation. That this is his observation is experiment. So, and this observation, of course, is evidence, therefore proof, based on begging the question, of course. So they were talking about many topics because he's segueing from one topic to another according if when flatzoid is nailing him and pinning him down, he's automatically going to other example or other topic. So this is endless. But still, yes, they try to replace proof with evidence. Not only fight the flat Earth, but also Brenda many times said that, or Alpha, or whatever, because they have to give something to the audience, because if no proof, it would be that they have nothing. So they replaced proof with evidence, like pictures, for example, footage from NASA, whatever. This is for them, this is proof, replacement of proof, evidence. So if they are looking at NASA footage, it proves that we live on the globe, because we can see footage from ISS in the space, and this is evidence, of course, and that's why it is proof. So for them, it is proven that we live on the globe. But still, stupid, but childish, yes, but...
Shadow giants. That's where the
Yes.
shadow giants come in. The shadow giants got the proof. They've just got the evidence of the shadow giants getting the proof. There's a picture. Shadow giants gave it them.
Yes, yes. So, but still, it is not a proof, but they are happy because yes, we replaced word proof with evidence, and we are happy. like George Musa talking to Fight the Flat Earth. We know no, he said the gravity is not the force, but you can think that it is a force. So same. This is not a proof. This evidence is not a proof, but you can think that this is a proof. So the same. They are fooling people, just fooling people.
Well, like I've said, when you see these videos, right now, Fight the Flat Earth would never go and do like a seminar for the globe Earth, right? He isn't one of these people's that sits in front of a class of people and explains the globe to people. He's not a teacher. Nobody from the globe side would ever take him on because they all know that he's one of the biggest frauds. He's walking around with saying he's got a nuclear physicist PhD and all sorts of grandiose sort of things that everybody knows it's a load of rubbish. He doesn't do that. He's one of the biggest bullshitters in the arena. So he'd never talk to anybody else. So the only time people ever hear him doing what he does is when he gets chance to talk to people like Flatsoid or any one of the people he talks to. And the silly people, even the characters that could be made up that have gone over there, they just go over there. So it gives him a chance to say that stuff. Now, does that make him a voice of science for people to trust? I don't think so.
Of course not, but still, he is just doing this in favor of so-called globe Earth science. So this is kind of defense, this sophistry. Poor. This is poor because as I can see this discussion, it is one-sided. So and kind of boring because Fight the Flat Earth is just using the same tactic all the time. So it's not very interesting to listen how he is discussing, because using same tricks is boring after some time. But that's all he got. And maybe he is good, or maybe he thinks that he is good in that. But yes, he is not. I think that he would not be good preacher, because if you are saying about teacher, in that, but teacher of pseudoscience, it would be rather preacher, not teacher. But I think that he would have you have to have some oratory skills to be that preacher of pseudoscience, and maybe he's lacking these abilities. But
do you think? I think the oratory skills of that particular style is the one like Rumpus. It's the one that keeps talking and allows those things to just sink in, right, without any comeback. The more you say, the more, the less interruptions you get, and the less corrections, the more you can squeeze through as pseudoscience, right? Just deceive people. Because it's a rambling nonsense that goes on in your head. Is this way I see them?
Yes.
And the more of that they can get out, the better they feel about it.
Yes, they feel. But they are using because Rumpus and Fight the Flat Earth in that regard are pretty much the same. So they are doing a similar job. But this is good tactic in debate to overshout just opponent, talking whatever. But as a teacher or preacher, this is not good method because on comprehension level, you need to your goal is that listener is comprehending what you are talking about, and listening to Rumpus is not. You cannot sometimes simply comprehend what he's talking about. So in teaching, I would say that he would not be good. But in debate, in that kind modern debate, he would be good because he is just overshouting and making just stream of consciousness and repeating himself, going back, rephrasing sentence in the middle of the sentence. So it is hard to listen. But and as a teacher, no. I think not. Both of them, because teacher is or this orator who is talking, has a speech. The audience, he has to know from beginning to the end what he is talking, what he is going to say. He has a plan, maybe even script in his head from beginning to the end, like scenario or director of the film. He has to know everything from beginning to the end of the film in his mind. So the orator, speaker, has to know also the same process of thinking. But in debate, it is impossible. You have to use other abilities to quickly respond to arguments or to react properly and so on. So in the prepared speech, which teacher is performing or preacher is performing, this is different. I think this is different ability to debate and to be a speaker, like orator. So this is, I think this is different.
I think we've got somebody a little bit confused about science and cause. Seems to be saying you cannot observe a cause, which I haven't got a clue what that means.
Yes, of course. You are observing a phenomenon, it means, and you are searching for cause of this. Something happened, and you are wondering what happened this? What is the cause of this phenomenon? And you are trying to manipulate. You are trying to guess. Okay, I think that the cause of this phenomenon is this. And I am trying to manipulate this cause, supposed cause. And if the effect is the same as observed, then I know I found the cause of this phenomenon. So that's how physics works normally. So phenomenon is effect, not the cause.
Yeah, but you can observe the cause, right?
Yes, because this is chain process. So, but still, observe if the cause is also phenomenon, because you can observe just phenomenon. something happening.
Well, okay, the chat that's going on in the chat at the minute is cause and effect, obviously. Now, why everybody goes to this, but they have gone to falling objects, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
this is
now
fa-
you can observe the falling object, but you can also observe you dropping something and it then falling. So the cause of the falling object is because usually you've let go of it. Right? That's the cause. That can definitely be observed. Whereas the person in the chat is saying you cannot observe the cause.
Because dropping, that person is dropping something. This is not in physics the cause, because what a person is doing, he is opening his hand, and therefore he is removing obstacle. Because if you have something in like stone in your hand, this stone is not going down only because you created obstacle. You are keeping this in your hand.
Yeah, the cause of the stone not going to the ground is you holding it.
Yes, yes. But of course, this is not phenomenon that stone is not falling down. So people think that stone going down, the cause of this because I dropped. No, I stopped to make an obstacle.
Yeah, you've released it or whatever, right? I mean, again, if you want to know why something's falling, you find out why it's not being held where it is. Because
Yes,
you know the only cause of something falling is the fact that it was at an elevated position, and now whatever was stopping it from falling has ceased to be, right? It
Yes,
is now
yes.
able to free fall.
So that
But
would,
didn't you pick it up first
Not
before
if
it
it's
fell?
not if it's an apple from a tree, right?
Well, yeah.
but
Yeah,
still,
but
No,
you was on
even
about a
then,
stone.
hold on. Even if
No,
it's
but
an
you was on
apple,
about a stone originally, not an apple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you got to look at the whole thing about the object is where it originally come from. So it's the whole mechanics around it.
Yeah.
yes, but we are talking about single accident.
Well,
Accident,
no, we're
accidental
talking
thing.
about the scientific method at the minute in the chat, and that's where it came about with the cause and effect. They said you cannot observe the cause, whereas I would say you have to be able to observe the cause.
Well, with an apple, doesn't it start from a seed? So that actually it grows up, and then when the apple is ripe, it drops back down to the ground.
Yes,
So it
but
starts. So it goes back to its starting point.
yes, but this is a chain of remote causes, that it is growing, but it may not grow. So this apple will not happen at all. And if it not will happen, it means that it will not drop. We are talking about accidental causes, but in physics, we are talking about law. Why, for example, this stone or even apple is dropping down? Because of course apple can drop down because for example it is too heavy at some point of existence. It's too big, and this link is disrupted, and it has to go. But why it is going down, for example?
Yeah, but where is its starting point from? It's returning to its starting point, surely, isn't it?
Of what? Not because apple is starts to be on the tree.
No, an apple starts from the ground because it's from a seed, and then the apple tree
No.
grows up, and then
Nope.
the apple.
That's the
forms.
tree, though, isn't it?
No, this is tree.
Yeah.
Tree is not an apple.
No, but the seed of the apple is from the ground.
Yes, seed, but seed of an apple is not an apple.
But
Absolutely.
where does the apple come from? It comes from the apple tree,
It
which
comes-
starts from a seed from the ground.
Yes, you are talking about cause of an apple.
Yeah, cause
Yes,
of apple tree.
Apple
We're
has
talking
a
about
cause.
two different things.
Hmm.
Cause of an apple is the tree. Yes, but cause of effect is not effect, because it would be circular reasoning, because it would mean that the apple has cause in itself.
There's
So-
two things here. There's two things here. One is what is that the apple grew from the ground up to where it is now. The other thing is what caused it to break off the tree, whatever. Call it aging, the vine, the wind. Now, what caused it to go down? That's the other question. And the answer to that is because it's heavier than the air.
Yes, but it is still heavy when, for example, it is in your hand. That's why you are feeling weight of this apple in your hand. Because
Okay.
so it doesn't really matter if it is going down or not. But because your hand is an obstacle for this apple, and you can feel weight. And you can feel weight of something because this apple is more dense. This is my explanation, a normal explanation, that the apple is more dense than medium. So that's why it is heavy.
That's
And
what I
then-
just said. It's heavier
Yes,
than the air.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah, this is not rocket science here.
yes, of course, people knew
Seed,
that.
seed makes tree grows up, makes the apple, the vine rots, whatever, gets time, it breaks off, and it falls down to the ground.
And
Because it's
every one
heavier
of
than the
those
air.
courses, right, you can see. You could see
Yes,
both
yes.
the cause and the effect.
Yes.
Hmm. That's it. Yeah, we were just getting it because somebody in the chat said that you can't see the cause. Well, of course you can.
But sometimes, of course, you cannot see because phenomenon is something accidental. It is not the rule. So you are seeking for a principle of something. This is the cause or law. So you are seeking for the cause, general cause of phenomenon. For example, why water is vaporizing. So not only this water, what I am boiling right now, but why water is vaporizing in all instances. So what's the cause of that, for example? And this cause is not visible, but maybe you can find something why. And we know, for example, that this is dependent on pressure. If we can make pressure smaller, then water will boil even at normal temperature. And if we add pressure, the water will boil above this normal, like 100 degree of Celsius. You will have to warm it, to heat it more. So but the cause is still the same. But sometimes you cannot see the cause. But you can know the cause, not see, but know. Like, for example, density. I think that density is something you cannot see. You can see size of object. You can weight. You can measure its weight, even in hand, to feel that this is heavy. You can measure its capacity or size, but you cannot see density, for example.
Oh, well, it's a mathematical equation, isn't it? Density.
Density is proportion between weight and size. So it is. We can understand what it is, but we cannot see it. You cannot touch density. You cannot feel weight. It is linked with your senses, and size, obviously, it is linked with your senses. But density, you cannot sense density. Anyway, this is only proportion between these two measurable quantities, like size and weight.
Yeah, two different units, though, aren't they? You know, that's why you can't see it.
Yes. So, but you know that this is proportion. That, for example, in 1 centimeter of size, 1 cubic centimeter, and it is heavy, and 1 cubic centimeter, and object is light. Then you know that this object, second object, has less density. So you can measure indirectly. You cannot measure directly, but indirectly, yes, by proportion. And this is kind of mathematic, not physical measurement. But still, we know that the object has density, more or less. We know that, but we cannot see that. We cannot touch density. And the same, I think, is with time, because we cannot, we know what it is only because we can measure it via motion. So if we have motion, we can measure this rate or speed of moving object, and then we can measure, we can say time. We still don't know what it is. In fact, we cannot touch the substance of the time, but we can measure it indirectly through movement.
I disagree with that statement.
Okay. Because
you're saying that you can measure it, time?
Yes, yes.
And therefore, go on.
But I said in the same way as density, not directly.
No, I would definitely disagree with that statement, because density is something that we can show and measure, whatever. But time is a concept. Time is a man-made thing, in my belief.
I'm saying I think we are not in disagreement. I would say that density is as same conceptual as time.
Density, I don't agree with that.
Density
Sorry.
is not physical thing. It is not a thing that you
well,
can
it
touch.
is. It consists of things, more things and less things. But time is a concept.
I would say that density is the same, because it is not, you cannot touch, you cannot measure directly density. You cannot check its property, like more dense or less dense, with direct measurement. And
We can't if we have a canister of barbecue gas, for example, and we can put more or less in it. Wouldn't that increase or decrease the density? It wouldn't be able to measure it.
No, you are
Using,
measuring.
say, a pressure gauge, for example.
No, you are just adding a weight to given volume. You are not.
Okay.
You are not.
And what would that make it? Denser, no?
Yes, of course, it makes it more dense.
Okay.
But still, you don't. You are not still adding density to these cakes. We are just
okay. Try that with time. Try to do a thing like that with time.
Time. I am sticking to Aristotle's definition that time is a measurement of motion. So we can observe motion, of course. So it would be movement from point to point. And this movement, constant movement, will be a reference frame. For example, that's what, for example, stars or sun, from sunrise to sunset, movement of the sun. So
time is. Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished.
And the measurement, it is just we are measuring sections of that path. So we call that the time to go from sunrise to the noon is half of the noon to the sunset. And then we can measure these proportions of course, by observing movement only. So that's how time is created. Measurement of movement of the sun, for example. But we still don't know what it is, of course. But
you just said that you created time by observing movement.
Not created. I'm not creating. We know that things are in time because we know that it is before and after. We know what it is. For example, that things are happening before and things are happening after. If we have before and after, we have time. Because
no, we don't. We have before and after.
Yes, but before
that's not time.
Before and after means that things are not happening simultaneously, so they are at the same time. This means they are not. The coincidence is not happening, because if something is happening at the same time, it means together. We can see two phenomena at once. But if we can see one phenomenon and after that phenomenon another phenomenon, it means that first was before and the second was after.
Yeah, so, you're just describing movement.
No, I am not describing movement itself, but I don't know the word.
Then a thought in your mind, a thought of how something was and how it is now.
Yes, because it means that.
So that's a thought.
Yes, the same thing with density. So
Yeah, but it's not time, right? A thought is not time, and movement is not time, right?
yes, yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's like
yes,
I don't want to overdo this, but
No, you are right. I didn't say that, and Aristotle didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said that time is measurement of movement, of motion. He didn't say that time is motion, that this is measurement of motion.
but
And
that
this
still
is,
doesn't explain time.
of course, yes, you are right. This is definition a posteriori.
Yeah.
So this is, we can think of time because of, we can measure this movement. So yes, without movement, we would be not able to measure time. That's correct.
Well, you should say it in a different way. I think it's man made time because of movement, because of the sun, right?
Well, Trivium. You don't forget about music is the study of time, isn't it?
Yes, because
Oh yeah, and what do they say about time?
for example, if you clap your hand, you can only clap once at time. You cannot double your clap because you have to use your both hands, and you cannot make two claps at one time. So you have to repeat this clap. So if you are repeating this clap, you know that first clap was before and the second is after. It means that they cannot be at the same time. So this is as far as I can explain how we know that time exists.
There you go again. How we know that time exists.
By
You
experiment.
did it again.
That's just a concept with intervals.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be evenly spaced.
So
I'm sure it means a lot to a musician.
Yeah.
No,
Definitely. Yeah,
I am
yeah.
not talking even that these intervals have to be at the same intervals. No. Just, for example, one clap and the second clap. It doesn't matter if they are in some rhythmic process or some rhythm. Just two claps.
Yeah,
in your
paper.
hands.
Listen, I'm not as much as I'll go against time. I'll defend, like Buster, for example. He can't do what he does unless he uses time, right? As we know it.
Or
He has to keep
time,
his beat.
timing.
Timing.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's better to describe tempo. But
Yeah.
that's what they'll say. You
Yeah.
know, like with them musicians, their timing's off.
Yeah, it's a man-made thing. Have you ever seen a giraffe play a guitar? You know, or an elephant play a trombone? Well, I guess they can use the horn, the nose. But you know my thing, without making like a joke of it.
But
Time is only relative to a human. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else relies on time. This thing called time.
I would say that understanding of time is belongs to human. Yes, what time is, because for example, animals also know what time is in their according to their nature.
Yeah.
For example,
The seasons.
Birds know where when they are going to go to this warm.
Fly south, yeah, because it starts getting cold. Yeah.
No.
Not rocket science.
They know before, because you can have even warm autumn, and they are still preparing to go beforehand. So I think for me it is within their instinct, but of course they don't know what time is because they cannot measure it. And
Surely you're not saying they're saying, "Oh, it's September, guy. Okay, pack it up, boys." Surely you're not saying that.
no, instinct is something you don't you are not conscious about. Like for example, you don't you are not conscious about your breathing, and if you are asleep, you don't control your breath, but still you are breathing. So you are doing it instinctively, not you don't control your breath during
No, I agree.
sleep.
I agree with you. This is not what I'm talking about. Take the monarch butterfly, for example, right? It flies from Canada all the way to Mexico. A little butterfly flies 5,000 miles. Anyway, that's a whole different thing. But how do you think it knows when to take off and go? Are you saying like it has a wristwatch or something? Do you understand what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with what our concept of time is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I think that that's why it was always this distinction between instinct and reason. So of course we don't know, and I didn't say that, and Aristotle didn't say that he knew what time is, because if definition of time in that regard should be a definition of its substance, if it was the thing. But he is just describing how we measure. So this is not real definition of what it is. And measurement of movement, of course, cannot be the substance of the time. So
Yeah,
yes,
like for example, what is a meter?
meter is a unit of measurement.
Yeah, made by man.
Of course, yes, yes.
Yeah. But density is not something made by man, is what I'm trying to get to.
I don't. Yes, but the same would be with time.
Well, you could say that though, because you make the measurements for the volume within the density. So as the measurement was made by man, so is the measurements for density. But it's complicated, isn't it?
No, maybe you have a point there in that regard. Yeah.
Wait. No, I am saying that you can directly measure only volume. It means size with a ruler, for example, and you can measure weight. This is only things you can measure directly.
Yes.
And so density is always would be just proportion between two. You cannot directly measure density.
I think I found a distinction here that might shed some light. We can manipulate density?
Not directly. No,
Are you
cannot.
sure?
Yes, you cannot directly. You can do it, for example, by adding, for example, if you have water, you can add sugar to the water.
Yes.
But you are adding some volume of thing. So sugar is.
And your result is? Manipulating the density.
Yes, because
right?
it is, yes, but not directly.
Okay, whatever, directly or indirectly, you can manipulate density, what we think of as density, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, can we do the same thing with time?
No,
Can we
no,
manipulate time?
no. That's why this is, for example, in this discussion with a flatzoid with Fight the Flat Earth, because Fight the Flat Earth, and not only him, is talking about time as independent variable, an experiment, which is completely
Oh my
nonsense.
God. Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard that before. Yeah,
yes, yes. So you know what's going on. Of course, we cannot manipulate time. We cannot.
exactly. Yeah, so that's where the argument ends, I would say.
Yes, yes. And by the way, if the time is measurement of motion, of course, we are taking in that measurement only constant movement. And that's why Aristotle was talking about rotational movement, because circle is a kind of movement that you make it regular, and it is repeatable. That's why we can see the sun all the time, or day by day. So it has to be constant as a frame of reference of measuring anything else, like other movements, because we are comparing this constant movement to other movements, which can be faster or slower, whatever. But we have kind of unit of measurement of speed.
Well, yeah. Even today, it's based on the cesium atom. That's how time, quote unquote, is kept or made or thought of. Or
for
Yeah.
me, this is just so story.
That was ridiculous. That if you look into how they took control of all of these different bits, because it's all to do with light, right? And the speed of light, and them getting control of it mentally. So they have a formula where they have light, and they have meters, and they have seconds. All of those are man-made concepts. So in order for them to get hold and control all three of them, the cesium atom was the one with time. That's how they, literally how they took control of time, by taking it away from whatever else. So yeah, that's the modern science thing. I mean, I wouldn't even bother repeating it really, other than to point out the fact that they've started because they've linked them all together, haven't they? That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, think about it. We have official timekeepers. They are the keepers of the time. All clocks are based on those, those clocks.
No, they're
if you
not.
want to call them that.
No. What they have to do is, they had to standardize all of this light with the meters per second. But then they have to relate meters and seconds and light all together in order to make their calculations work. So in order to do that, that's how they do it.
Well, don't they manipulate time as well with British summertime and that sort of stuff, because they keep on putting the clocks forwards and backwards?
Yeah, not that sort of taking control of time.
That's different manipulation. That's outright robbery.
Yeah, but it's still manipulation, and people fall for it all the time.
No, their actual manipulation is the fact that they can move an atom from a certain distance away and pretend that they can change time by doing so.
Yes,
Well, that's a different
Yeah.
discussion there. Yeah.
I have conspiratory theory upon that, this changing time. I think that these people who are ruling this world, they are jealous about God, who, according to Bible, really stopped the sun during some battle Joshua was taking with Amalekites, I believe, and after that he even he moved back the sun according to some miracle he performed to one of these Jewish kings, and he literally, according to Bible, moved sun back 1 hour, I think, 15 degrees shadow on the sundial. So that would be the sign of this miracle. And I think that they are jealous. They want to do the same, but without really moving sun, because they cannot do that. But they want to manipulate time, like God.
Interested. I think what they're trying to do is they're letting everybody know that there's a vertical component to something, and they're just trying to fool people into thinking it's time the further away you go, because they tried it with the astronauts, didn't they, the brothers?
Yes, but this is science fiction.
Yeah.
About this time changing with the speed, or
it's not, because they've got it now, right? Because they took control of this cesium, and they've actually put time within that. The cesium is how far the cesium atom travels, a meter within whatever, and light is now also the same distance traveled within a certain amount of time, and the meter is linked to something ridiculous like the distance light travels in a second, or whatever. Everything is linked to everything else now, so whenever they do a calculation or whatever, they all fit together because they've put them all in like a magic trick all together within that thing. And because of that, they can then say, well, light traveling at a different speed and all of that all works because of the calculations when we add them all together and do it all.
Yeah, that's important. You mentioned the meter. It's no longer distinguished by a certain length. It's distinguished by how much light travels at a certain time. It's crazy.
Yeah, they've done the literal. That's where the wizardry comes in.
They are just playing with numbers.
Yep.
That's only they've got. So I am not worried about the future of the time, because they cannot manipulate that at all.
Yeah, well, they tried it. Eventually, again, I think they're the sort of things that we're going to have to be looking into, because some of that stuff is fascinating. The little topics that the way people have manipulated it all.
I think that they are trying to convince people that they are able to manipulate time.
Yeah.
And maybe there it will be time when they will can threaten us with this pseudo manipulation. Be polite, because we can manipulate time. So be careful. Don't jump too high. So, but it would be empty threat, like we experienced lastly, for example. So I am not worried about that. These new threats of new science. I am laughing at that.
Yeah, the new science at the minute, I think, is going to end up getting itself into trouble. I would say. But it depends how the minds of people have been altered by all of this.
Yes, the people who cannot think according to logic, yes, they are sensible to this manipulation, of course, and we can see that vast majority is good for manipulation. It's ready for bigger and bigger manipulations without thinking. Yes, that's I am worried about, not about this pseudoscience future, but minds of people. They are just fooled with more and more foolish cons, so to speak.
I think the movies and stuff are a way to ease the mind into the imagination. And if you can put it in the imagination, then you can do all sorts of other things with it then.
Yes, this programming is preparing for another even more stupid fool.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the dumbing down of the people. And I fully admit, me too. I need to do as much as I can do to get all of this stuff back again. Because I know that in the past, people were far cleverer than we are now. The minds, if you can imagine, if the elements was taught to school children and the trivium, what sort of minds were these kids at 18, 19, young adults, with all of that as natural learning? As elders, they must have been the wisest of anything.
Yes, but
what does the trivium say about time? Curious. Does it
nothing?
Specifically?
It won't say a thing about time.
Doesn't, huh?
I can't see there being any point in it. Maybe in dialogues for how long they've been in a thing, in a conversation, but what about Timaeus paper? Did it? Because that'd be the one, if anything, was dealing with the I don't know what you call it, ethereal or whatever.
I think no, there is nothing, I think. Or maybe I missed something, but because he was talking about many things.
Yeah.
But too many and too on the surface only, just stories. So I don't think so. But for me, time, for example, if you can say that you can even feel a difference in duration of something, it means that you can measure somehow this time, and then you can say that the time exists. But what it is, I don't know. But still, I think that it has to be existent because we can measure this. Because movement is impossible without time, I think. How? It couldn't be...
you can't have instantaneous transfer of something.
Yes.
Time is a necessity within motion.
Yes. Yes, without time, you could not recognize beginning of movement and process of moving and end of movement. So for me, it would be impossible. I could not explain that.
Why not? You see something moving, and then you see it stop moving. Why do you need time to explain it? There's the dog, it's not moving.
No, no.
Oh, look, now the dog is moving.
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
by
no.
the time
What
it's
is
by the
time?
time it's finished, you've passed that time.
What time?
The time that the initial start and stop of the dog or whatever that you're talking
So-
about. It's yeah.
Yes, duration. That, for example, dog is walking faster or dog is walking slower. So he is.
Yeah, that's the
so
dog
he-
walking faster or
Yes.
slower, moving or not moving. There's no
Yes,
time
yes.
there.
But how you can say that he is moving slower?
By looking at him. Oh, look,
No.
he's looking, he's walking, he's really walking fast. Oh, man, he's walking slow today.
Yes, but what does mean fast and slow? For more motion at given time,
Yeah.
and slow motion is less motion in given time.
No
So less
time.
speed.
Just faster motion or slower motion.
Yes.
You don't need time.
No, that the time it would be antecedent. That's why Aristotle said measurement of motion, but we are measuring motion in fact, by measuring speed.
So when a lion goes slowly down, slowly into the weeds, and then pounces, you think he's like saying, okay, now I'm going to have so many beats per second, so many strides per. Is that what you think is going on?
You can see, for example, if we have distance like 100 meters. So one runner is doing that in 10 seconds, and the second one is doing in 20 seconds. So we know that we know two things from that. That this who was running 10 seconds, these 100 meters, he will be before this second. And we also know that the second one will arrive to the finish, twice time as the first was. Because 10 seconds and the second, for example, 20 seconds.
Okay, so you use seconds. Okay, how about if I use drops of water? How about instead of whatever you did, the time that it took you, I used the drop thing. And I said he did that in 25 drops. Where was time there?
These drops have to be uniformly constant. So they have to drop at even pace, so to speak. So
okay,
they can be measurement, because if we are talking about meters, so 1 meter has to be the same as the second meter. So this intervals between drops have to be the same intervals, and the clock, mechanical clock, is just doing the same thing. This indicator, for example, second indicator, is moving like these drops is moving in in the same intervals.
So time is an interval now. It's not a movement, it's an interval.
It is measurement. It is measurement.
Now it's measurement.
Yes, Aristotle said measurement of motion, not motion itself.
You just described it in 10 different ways in the past 20 minutes.
No.
But never once did you tell me what time Was.
Measurement of motion, and measuring speed is measuring motion. So
Right.
dog.
Speed and motion is not time, and measurement is not time.
It's an
Yes.
equal interval, no matter how you do it. It's like
An interval, yeah. Fine, I'll give you that. It's an interval. It's not time, though.
Yes, and this interval indicates what is before and what is after. Yes.
Right, and is that important to any other creature or thing in the universe or anywhere except the human being?
Talking about importance, this is different thing, but we are talking about how we can establish that time is or it is not.
Right, and I'm trying to show you by only man utilizing this thing called time that it doesn't exist. It's only in your head, been put there by somebody. That there's no such thing as time, and the only way that you're gonna be able to explain time is related to motion or man, and man and motion. There has to be man involved there.
Yes,
There's no
yes.
other way that you can explain this thing called time.
Yes, you are right. It has to be man because man, and I think only man can make measurements. So measurement of motion, it assumes that we have to be men to do that, because
So I'm incorrect then. It's a man-made thing. Time doesn't exist because you said by us measurement we bring time into existence.
I would say that we can do that because we have mind. We are men, humans. That's why we are able to do that.
Okay, so can we agree then? Because I'm sure we're boring the hell out of everybody. Can we agree then that time is just in your mind, a man-made thing just in your mind?
Kinda yes, because you have to have measurement in your mind. Yes.
All right, that was exhausting. But it always happens, Paper. Don't take it personal. I've never had a conversation of time, and not one person has ever been able to explain what time is to me.
Just the even interval that you measure by.
Yeah. I'll go with that. But as far as it being not a man-made thing, like as far as it being anything like of reality, like fire, like wind, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Something that.
Well, most people have went their whole life worried about time when it's just an even interval of measurement, but they've based their not framework, but just like the way they live around time. But really, in reality, all you have is this moment, and then that moment was gone.
Yes, this is reality, but according to Saint Augustine, we are not living. We are not perceiving reality because what we see, for example, it is coming to our eyes with some delay. So we are perceiving the past, not actuality.
That's crazy.
So we are already behind actuality. If we are perceiving things we can see, we can hear, this is past. So
it's just the now.
Wow.
Past, because
it's amazing the stuff these intellectuals say, huh?
Yeah, I can agree with him because there is always some delay between, for example, even you touch something, it is not instant. There is some gap, some interval between you touch and you feel that touch, and you can concede that touch, that you are touching something. There's some kind of delay, has to be.
Yeah, that can be argued. Absolutely, yeah.
So that's what Saint Augustine was talking about. So
Yeah,
just
but we're talking about millisecond, second,
yes,
millimillisecond.
yes. But still, we can see the future by predicting, and our predictions are, in many cases, very accurate. But still, this is future. But this point between this split seconds between past split second and future split second, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about reality, and we are missing that. We are not in that. We cannot
That's
perceive.
stretching it a bit, but okay.
Oh,
What
okay, that's
you see in real time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, so we're going to put a speed or a measurement to our speed of sight.
uh,
Yeah, you're
if
constantly seeing things as they happen. So at no point could you have ever missed anything. So to say that you're missing the present to be in the past.
But you're still putting a unit of measure of
Yeah.
it's,
I think that unit of measure is the timing of things, right? So that's why I said music. For you to put the timing into something, you need to have some sort of way of putting a constant there in order to do that. And that would have been the musician, right? In order to do that.
At the very start, and very seldom do songs change. I mean, I've messed with it a bit, but at the start of music, there's a time signature, and that's how you base your song. You know, for the most part.
yes, so time signature means speed, because, for example, if you have metronome, like children are learning music, so you have your frame of reference that this metronome is ticking right, left, so it is constant. And if you are playing too fast, you are off with your notes on the piano or guitar, whatever. So you have to slow down or to speed up to align with this metronome. So yes, this is not only intervals, but knowing how to fit this interval. So we are not manipulating time, but we are manipulating the speed
of the speed of the intervals. Yeah.
Yes. But we have to have some constant reference. So of course we can change intervals in metronome, but we cannot speed up the sun or stars. So I think stars are good, and the sun are good reference frame to measure time. And it is done from the beginning of our history, as far as I know. All right, I am going to bed because I am just talking more stupid and stupid things.
Yeah,
okay.
I think.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Night, Paper. Wow, look at we've emptied the room. Oh, right. Well, I think that's the end of tonight. Rounded it off with a time discussion. Nobody was expecting that. Started off with lying globe surveyors, obviously not real things, like a character. Where have all of the globe surveyors gone? I think they've been exposed as liars and not real things.
Definitely.
Right, well, let's round it up. Tomorrow is Thursday. Geometry night. I don't know. This has been messed up this week, hasn't it? Hopefully I'm preparing for Friday night. So Peacock Pat says time for Buster. Yes, it is. Are you wanting to do a live one, Buster, or should we?
I don't really have anything in particular. If you just want to play something,
Yeah, I'll get.
Make sure the timing is on, huh?
Has anybody got any requests? I know we've not had any you don't understands or anything like that for a while.
Yeah.
But I was leaving off all of the guys because I don't know who's on them. You want to hear a you don't understand? Five-sided square. Only fools and the five-sided square. We've not heard that one for a bit, have we? Okie dokie. Join us tomorrow, and thanks for listening tonight. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Hey, let me just hold on. Let me just stop you here before you go any further, guys. You know, you said about the five-sided square. Just to clarify. So if you want to make a clarification now, because there are people in the chat that will probably jump all over that and try to make some kind of stupid video, retarded video about it. So
I'm a five-sided square earther.
you know, in order to clarify what you've just said, then, you know, you might just need to back that up somehow.
Yeah, no problem. So the five-sided square is possible on a shape that...
A square on the surface of a sphere could have three sides,
five-sided square,
four sides, or five sides.
It probably has a more technical name for it, but
five-sided square
appears as though it's almost like
a square or a solid square.
A square.
Five-sided square.
Just a square.
Five-sided square.
I got your numbers right here.
Five-sided square.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Five-sided square.
You have to open your mind.
Three sides, four sides, or five sides.
Imagination is all you need.
Five-sided square.
Don't take advice from fools.
Five-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
If you want to define a square is...
Never take advice from fools.
You could make a five-sided square.
Know what they do is in vain.
Before you go any further, guys, you know you said about the five-sided square. Just to clarify.
If you want to define a square is an object that has only 90-degree internal angle.
Actually, slightly random point, but if any of you are into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Give us the definition then of a square.
Five-sided square.
Everything is relative to you.
It means a solid square. I mean a solid
Absolutely.
You just have to say it in generality.
Four sides or five sides.
Just like those straight lines curving.
You could make a five-sided square.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve.
Five-sided square.
I don't know.
Five-sided square.
It probably has a more technical...
All of this goes.
I'm a five-sided square earther.
Never take advice from fools.
Five-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90
Never
degrees.
take advice from fools.
Five-sided square earther.
Everything that they do is in vain.
Five-sided square earther.
Did he say a five-sided square, question mark?
Spherical access, and that is a good way of working out that we do indeed live on a globe.
Give us the definition of a square, please, people. Come on.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical,
Don't be stalling.
Five-sided square.
isn't it? Yeah.
I'm a five-sided square earther.
Five-sided square.
I know the game that you're playing.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
I know exactly what's on your mind.
Five-sided square.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Five-sided square is
Your
possible.
model dictates what you will find.
Five-sided square.
I don't know.
If you put a flat piece of paper, well, it wouldn't be flat, you'd have to bend it,
All
obviously.
of this goes.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90
Take
degrees.
advice from fools.
But you can make a five-sided square with 90
Everything that they
degrees.
say is in vain.
Five-sided square.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Five-sided square.
Square in spherical geometry could have 3 sides,
Five-sided square.
4 sides, or 5 sides.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape
Five-sided square.
where you could make a 5-sided square.
Just give us the definition of a square in spherical geometry.
I don't think that. What's the point?
It's really flat and level now.
Five-sided square.